I'll get this started and then someone else will come in. Promise you. As I sit here and wait for a file to export. I mean, uh, excuse me? So, Halo Episode 2. A guy fled Reach with Master Chief's armor and all the Spartans' armor. No. No. I wish I could make this up. No. Spartans. No armor. It's literally livable. With many nuclear reactors in them. Uh, like... I mean, I guess that Master Chief's armor doesn't just... I just assumed Spartans were like... No. It's awful. No. Anyways. So I don't want to talk about this show at all. Like, sounds... See, I'm trying to get something cut off. Because it's quite telling, by the way, so... I'm just... Every single good character in Halo TV show dies. Oh, God. So they are literally reaching for the... So I now have to edit down something. Renown's editing down something as well. And I would hope Mr. Bacon... I kind of tagged Mr. Bacon to see if he wanted to come on. And... Keys dies on Reach? Like, again, the show doesn't respect lore. Ugh. I need to... Let me see. So, since I wait. Gray is casually late, which is normal. And I'm going to, as I said, he's editing. He doesn't even edit, he's on a phone call, so he'll show up casually late. Which, fine. Remember says I am flexible. I do have more material than. Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Ugh. One day I am going to, like, ugh. Something about. See, I have to find this. You know what? Really? They're just going to kill all the Spartans, apparently, in. Uh. Yeah, no, I stand by my statement. Halo's absolutely the retardedest TV show. But I mean, you're not at least going to have most of Team Mobile dying. So. So, of the 50 Spartans, they don't really die like flies on Reach. And I mean, to be fair, like, so I'll disagree with Arch on any of them. Ugh. I warn you, there will be cringe today. I mean, I wish I could have cut up more, but bear in mind, you think an hour? Like an hour? And one day I am going to have to actually see in reality of the Halo Reach. See, I don't like Reach though. So you're going to go to no, 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 no. Mm. Yeah, no, this is what happens when people don't watch Halo. So, nor this. So, I had to fill dead air somehow. Alright, so I fly solo here a second. It's all great. That's the point, though. That's fine, Gray. I know. I know, Gray. I have to entertain. So, I am hoping Mr. Bacon shows up. Because I would love to. Some people from Tony's. Because last night turned very fun. I did my own thing, and I'm like, nah, Tony can't by far entertain me. I mean, it's like a 5-hour stream, and he's like, Tony's now CG? Katie did? Stuck around? Nah, I'm waiting for her to fuck him over. Which she will. Okay, so the theory they're going to use Reach was true. So, for those who haven't played Halo Reach, okay. The Covenant needed the artifact on the planet, so they're not going to glass the planet. Also, this 50 Spartans, even though some of them died, killed in action in sorts, took a chunk out of the forces. That is why they feared the Spartans. I really don't like Reach. It is one of the weakest of the games. But the idea, it took elites to kill Spartans. Not jackals. I mean, that's why Halo Infinite's weird. Again, what was the thinkers were talking about? The whole, like, people that know source material. So, yeah, no, Tony told on himself a lot last night. I was like, in and out of it. Again, that source material. I'm hoping to make this a series, but I might get Gray to help me with this. But I don't know. Has anyone heard of that Google program turning popular icons black? George Washington was black. The Pope was black. So AI pulled the program. Apparently, that was news. I thought it was somebody screwing with Google AI. No, that apparently was a massive wide thing. George Washington was black. Did you not know? Little weird. Well, trust me, very weird. So, it's apparently another news. Google, what is it? What was I going to say? I've been following the AI chip market. See, we actually blocked the sale of it, of AI chips in the US. Now, wow, Sam Waterston is finally leaving Law and Order after 19 season run. He plays Jack Wow. First off, I did not know Law and Order is still around. That is... there is a new Linkin Park song, too, apparently. Florida becomes the first state, by the way, to block, I guess, social media restrictions for minors. Which, see, the thing about Russia, Putin has this base. See, while they throw homosexuals, gay, trans people down wells and gulags for acting out, they do have minor protection policies. So, call it weird morality laws. Yes, very interesting. Interesting. Not really the biggest news week, but the concept, right, of see the AI chips, right? Because that's been a saving grace for NVIDIA in the last year. because we actually blocked the sell of them in the U.S. So they're basically made the market. Now they're jumping ahead. Which it's been a market. See, Biden apparently, because I saw a story in the US, because part of it is China, it's a very big market in China. They've been trying to embrace the AI industry because, what was it? Years ago, Google got like nearly kicked out of China because they wanted Google to use its AI to help them create smart weaponry. Which, cue the Skynet memes. But Google did not want to participate. And I mean, it's interesting because China has been all about the autonomous flying drones, AI, very much more surveillance. Now, NVIDIA has been having this in their back pocket. Now, I guess it's because half their market was the crypto market in the CPU market. Because they're not really in the CPU market. So it's not really that much of a difference. So the AI, so in the US, since we blocked it, apparently Biden is putting money into AMD. Which I am very curious because that's a very interesting position. Now, reality is AI chips are different than CPU chips. That would be another kind of it. But it has saved upwards in almost $2 trillion in a quarter. And you heard me correctly. Apparently, Q1 is looking at $2 trillion. Yeah. I didn't think it's that high. It makes me really curious because that would have been multiple quarters. But then again, NVIDIA is based in Asia. Part of it is if the Chinese ever decide to take Taiwan off the market, they will have a lot of problems. Because they're one of the leading manufacturers of chips in the world. It's kind of like COVID. A lot of biolabs for vaccines and medicine making was in Asia too for a while. But unironically enough, like I didn't know this from the researching Masters of the Air. See, as much as we lost in B-17s, we could still crank out 12 in a week. You could have 5, maybe 3 to 4 coming off the line a day. Something like that. We could easily do this. Now the question is, the war on industrialization in the U.S. has been a long one. The thing is, you have to get past regulations. So, oh, thank you. Hello, Renowned, and hello, Gray.
What's up?
Hey, man. Sorry I'm late, dude. I was very unprofessional and stuck on a call. But yeah, man, I was able to listen.
Don't feel bad. I started early and then Renowned was editing a video, and I was having to export a video that I'm trying to cut up.
Well, hell yeah. And hey, Renown, that's awesome to see you here too.
I was trying to set
What's
this
going
up.
on?
LG did his thing the other day. But bear in mind, we are a hive mind, sir.
I'm part of the hive mind too. Good
Well,
to know.
we all are.
It's nice to be part of a thing, I guess.
Oh no, you forgot. We got called the Legion of Retards, or whatever he called us back in.
Fair enough. I thought I was more. Yeah, okay. I'm part of the Legion. You know, I've been called worse.
Think of Legion of Superheroes.
Yeah.
So
Well,
LG just has a statement, right? He has his own. I know he doesn't get involved in our drama. It's fine. I'm a mix between everybody. No, but you guys didn't know about that whole AI thing, did you? The AI chip stuff. What's your thoughts on that?
I only kind of knew about it from you telling me about it. I'd been kind of more dealing with AI on kind of the consumer level, like AI chat, AI voice, like what do you call that? Impersonation, voice capture,
Yeah,
and then
like
AI art specifically.
you're talking
But I
like
hadn't really
AI
looked into the
as
chips and stuff.
the
Yeah.
stuff you used to, because you don't think we have autonomous drones, do you? We do. We just don't like having autonomous drones armed in the U.S. China's a little bit different. See, Renowned, it's the interesting markets I deal in. Oh, by the way, welcome to the other. So I just wanted a perspective on this. This is a series. It might be me and Gray doing this. Renowned, if he ever wants to show up, you're welcome to.
Hey, I showed up.
And
No,
he's a
I
busy
said if you
man,
ever
dude.
want to
He's got
show up,
things.
you have your own channel and you also have your own stalkers. So
Yeah. I've currently I'm responding to another idiot saying that Eric attacked crowdfunding.
oh, that narrative.
Uh,
This narrative, yes.
now you tell
Crowdfunding will
me
never recover.
now you tell me if the statement is attacking crowdfunding. Ready? Here's what he presented me with.
Uh-huh.
This is a statement from Eric. It says, launch with the product complete. We go the extra mile having prints done prior to launch a pre-order, but that's not a requirement for reasonable turnaround. Customers are parting ways with their money, and that should be taken seriously, not for granted. A lot of the delays and lack of fulfillment are due to creators being undisciplined. Some are selling you a proof of concept and not an actualized product. And because they already have your money, if they don't have the drive or respect for their customers, they have little incentive to hustle to get it complete and delivered.
What have I said in multiple streams? I'll let you go, Gray, after this. What have I said, Renowned? It's a grift. Actual grifting is stealing money. This is grifting. They have promised a product. Like, I wanted Suicide Squad. I had Suicide Squad and Skull and Bones both on a wish list. Right? But I wasn't going to buy it till day one, or I see how it works. I took it off after I started seeing gameplay. There are people who literally pre-order 6 months out. They go, you don't deliver on a product. That's like equivalent to a company basically saying, here's a proof of a concept. You might see it in a year. So
this is similar to Niobe, who claims that Eric is crowdfunding, and I say to him, okay, so if Eric's way of business is crowdfunding, then does me going into a GameStop and giving them $5 for a pre-order crowdfunding, or is the product already done and I'm waiting for it to release on a disc?
that's not
I'm
crowdfunding.
assuming he says yes to that, though, right? Like that
He does say yes because
That's not
he's stupid.
crowdfunding.
He's a stupid individual.
The idea of
Yeah.
pre-ordering is the idea of pre-ordering is, oh, I see a game come up for pre-order. I don't want to be the one dropping $60 in one thing in a day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like a payoff plan. You put like a quarter of it down or half of it down, pay on it later.
Yeah, I usually just put the minimum at $5, unless of course it's a collector's edition I'm interested in.
True. I give you the choice. See, I want to go into the Chris Bacon, how he became a one, which I'm assuming you both watched it.
I haven't watched it because I'm not interested in listening to a fucking but what I would assume would be a 40-year-old fat white dude complaining about another person for fucking 45 minutes.
Okay, it's good.
I mean, sometimes I'm into that, but yeah, I got to be honest. I also haven't followed anything on this guy. I kind of heard the start of what happened when he kind of defected or whatever you want to call that, and then I've not kept up. So
I sent you.
No, you're gonna have to be my Sherpa on this mountain.
I
have no idea.
I like the origins of people. I've been waiting for this man to tell on himself, and he partly did. Those who know me, right? I also started off, see right now, we were dealing on LG stream because we support Friends. Do people know what Friends are?
Correct. What people don't understand is go on streams with people we like.
Oh, by the way, according to TJ, because there was only 7 of us in chat, or 4, we should have all hopped on LG stream and had a big fap about it.
Yeah, because they definitely don't have 7 people having a circle jerk watching Eric July succeed.
That's not our style.
I go to LG streams pretty much whenever he streams. I'm typically there, especially considering I'm a mod.
Yes. I show up in yours when I get a chance.
Exactly.
I don't,
I'm not going to sit up here and act as if people don't have their own personal lives and can be in every single stream. I'm not going to yell at a person for not being in a stream. I mean, hey man, you got your own shit going on. Go take care of that first. That's way more important. Your personal life takes priority over a live stream any day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
And I will never falter away from that. For as long as I've been doing Twitch, consistently, which was probably 3 years now, I've never faltered away from that position. That's always been my position. Whenever someone's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't been around," I'd be like, "Hey man, you got this going on. Take care of that first. Family priorities all come before a live stream."
Yeah, so not going to be the whole thing. Literally, they tried to get through. I have to warn you two. What you're about to hear, I'll start the thing with Tony. It's more like 8 minutes. You're going to see cringe because apparently yesterday, Matt Barr came on and talked to Vito. Apparently they hashed out their thing, but Matt Barr limped away like the cranky asshole he is. Renowned, you're more familiar with him than I am. I'm getting the crash course in passive aggressiveness from him.
Oh yeah, he's one of those weirdos that just he made it a mission to remind people of the sister's past, because again, that's what normal working brain people do, right? Normal sane people do that.
Yes.
They're so concerned with their creator that they've never met, that all of a sudden, because they're working for Rippaverse, that's when you're concerned about their past. You weren't concerned about it when they're working for Marvel. No. Just when Rippaverse hires them. It's the same thing with Jay Bombacuk. He had no problem. He knew nothing about the Saskas up until this point. That dude doesn't look like he reads comics unless it has Cybercuck in it, because that's all he's ever showed.
Yes.
He has it pinned to the top of his Twitter account, or his his executive box, right? And he's never posted anything outside of that since he got that. The
To
dude
be
has
fair,
the dude has 30K tweets. He has double the amount of tweets I have, yet he can barely get any interaction on anything unless he talks about me or Eric.
or
And he just
EVS.
or EVS, and he just regurgitates whatever EVS says. He just says the exact same shit that EVS says.
Oh, I bet you. You know why he doesn't show his legs? Because I bet he has chicken legs.
I mean, some people skip leg day, man.
And
That
you
can't
know what
be
I'm
me.
talking about too. I know you
Oh yeah.
both do.
Oh, I know.
He has.
I don't.
I bet money. He has that stocky gorilla syndrome thing going on.
I never skip leg day.
Because that's what people don't know in the weightlifting thing. Like I commented on my stream when I did, like the other day when I did, talking about him. Correct me if I'm wrong. He has no neck. Renowned. I know you know the picture of it.
Sometimes that happens to people, you know, like you shrug too much. I don't know. They can go away. But fair enough.
That's steroids. But I say.
Could be. It's not a dead giveaway. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen the dude, so I don't know. I'm not
Do you
commenting
remember
on
Barry
him,
Bonds?
just the general.
And do you remember like the baseball players?
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about
like they have no neck at
his
all.
neck just kind of disappears in the muscle and in the traps. Yeah, I get that.
For
then
sure.
you got people commenting on tweets from 4 days ago when I mentioned, oh, everyone seems to be attacking the black man in the freaking indie comic space. And they're like, well, I know a bunch of other black creators, okay, but they don't get attacked as much as Eric does. Why is that? Because he's the most successful in indie comics right now, and he dethroned the top dog whose only successful talent is drawing and writing
and putting out one book a year if he's lucky.
But you know, you got I don't care if this chick hears me say it, but I'm not gonna sit up here, even if I don't like a person, and if they have some great talent, I'm not gonna sit up here and show bias where I'm gonna be like, yeah, their stuff sucks. I'm not gonna lie to myself just because I don't like EVS. I'm not gonna sit up here and say his art sucks. His art's very good, but Katie, because I'll mention her by name, because I don't care. She literally had the audacity, the gall to sit up here and say, Eric is talentless. Same thing with rip-offers. Sit up here and have the gall and audacity to really be like, Eric is talentless. Meanwhile, he has been successful in multiple, not just one, multiple entertainment ventures. He has a successful band. He sings. He can rap. He can write. He can ghostwrite for other people raps that rap, right? So you're showing your bias by literally going, oh, he's talentless. Meanwhile, he has other successful entertainment ventures outside of his comic company. Like you're just lying to yourself at this point. You're lying to yourself out of bias. It's really stupid.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing that I've heard is like, yeah, but you know, now he's captured. He's been on Fox News, and he's Glenn Beck's friend or whatever. Like maybe art that he was doing before.
Take a sip of water. Take a sip of water.
I don't know. Like I just hear that keep coming up as opposed to like any actual like, yeah, okay, he is doing all these artistic ventures. He's been doing them for years, but I don't know. It seems weird. The only thing that I keep hearing is like, but he's talked to the wrong team, so bad now.
Oh, he went off the plantation.
Yeah, exactly what you just said, Gray and Tiamat. Now, I posted a tweet in the private chat that of Chris Bacon going at LG's neck for his live stream that he did yesterday, where he talked about Chris Bacon slightly and wanted to come on his show.
If you want to show it,
you're not going to do that.
My Twitter, the Twitter account I use is actually blocked from viewing that man.
Okay, hold on. I'll pull it up in a second here.
I'll let you. No, but I want to say this. I think Gray knows about I played Magic the Gathering, right? So I knew about the printing schedules. Eric got his books into the printing facilities so he could release them on time. He lives in Texas, right? So we are the home of paper milling. Now, he got the books pre-ordered, and then see if this makes sense to both of you. So when he got them into the printing facilities, he can get them out on time. It's the only reason why, like, WotC, Wizards of the Coast, and other card games get their stuff out on time. So I'll let Renowned explain.
Okay, so this is a tweet that LG just put out recently, right? And this is in response. Of course, he screenshotted Chris Bacon. That's how you would typically not give the person clout. You would just screenshot their stuff and put it on there rather than directly quote tweeting them. So if you scroll down, you'll read what he said first before he responded.
Oh, I can read it. I brought you and several others up for a reason.
So if you scroll down here, right? I forgot that I'm controlling the screen here. So it says, hey, he tagged them, LG. You want to bring me up? Okay, I'm on the record in several places explaining my positions. Hell, I even posted a video where I went into great detail on how I got to this point. I challenge you to make a new video of you watching the video, then tell me I'm the one you, quote, need to watch out for, which in the live stream, he mentioned that if someone is a very, very long time supporter and they turn into a long time detractor, those are the people who will probably never really supportive of you in the first place. Like they were supportive up to the point where you got super successful, and now that it's
fair weather.
Oh, yeah. So now that it's okay to hate on you, you swap your position, similar to what EVS did, similar to what J Bomba fan did, because both of them liked ISOM when it came, and they were shitting on Pito when it came out. Saying how great it was.
Hey, now, not to cut off your flow. Do you have the tweet? Did you see the tweet of, I think it was Student of God or Hail the Lore, that posted all these comics are great. Like Eric July was great. Vito was great.
Yeah. I saw that.
Like EVS was backing all of these horses. Then he turned around and fucked him over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It seems to be a common trope with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll go ahead and finish out this right here. It says, I'll even come onto your stream and answer any questions you have. Now what? So if you scroll back up, this is what LG says. I brought you and several others up for a reason. Since you're lurking and watching my videos, which is what we call hate watching on the YouTube sphere, you should have heard that I watched your video to come to that conclusion. Because this is what happens when you're a part of that group, that they just hear something from someone that they like. You're going to, of course, hear a bias from them, because when someone doesn't like you, they throw a bias into the air, which, as I said, as much as I don't like EVS and I have a personal vendetta, which I've said plenty of times to people as to why, I'm not going to sit up here and lie to myself and say his art isn't great. Like I stated, to go from biggest supporter to biggest detractor is hardly ever a good look. I'm not doing the back and forth with you, as I have other things I'd rather do. Challenge denied. That's it. Because that's what they're looking for. Looking for you to go back and forth with them, which is what Tony tried to do yesterday with his little snarky comment. Like, dude, I have you muted. I don't give a shit what you have to say. You tried the same thing with Eric. You tried to drama farm with Gothics one time, and you got smacked down so quick. And then Abomination AJ made you look like a total punk. It made you bitch up real quick, and
he needs to stop fighting Vicky Verse. And I know if Tony, I have to say this, Tony, or any of Tony's minions and tadpoles, tell your master to stop fighting with Vicky Verse. She eats his lunch. Okay? Tony gets involved. I know you saw that. I had to even like tweets from Tony getting ratioed by Vicky Verse. See, Vicky Verse, actually, kind of like a broken clock, correct twice a day. 2 times a day, at best, has gotten onto him. She actually got on Katie did as well, and said, show comics you have backed that are not EVS. She didn't respond.
Yeah, I guess I missed all of this stuff. I've kind of checked out for a while.
You don't live in our sphere. It's okay.
I'm an interloper. I come every once in a while.
Yeah, I see Gray comment on my stuff sometimes. I still watch Gray when I can too, because
Hell yeah, man.
friends
No, I
support
still watch
friends,
all your shit, but yeah.
because this is what friends do. They support their stuff. And it's interesting how I've said this plenty of times. We are not like them. When we see our friends succeeding, we don't bash them. We don't say stuff like LG has 10.6K subscribers. You've never seen me once talk negative about him having those subscribers. He has worked his ass off to get that.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
So
Deserved.
it
why
is.
would I be about that? That's corny. That's some fuck shit.
Now, I will say this. You know why Katie did second channel grew? It's because she was leeching off CG.
Oh yeah, she's got
Prove me
12
wrong. Prove me wrong.
1,200 subs with 50 something videos.
And they're
of
like dead views.
They're just
dead
clipping stuff. Clipping
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, they're dead. Her
I've said
chat
it.
is dead.
I've said it plenty of times. I've said it to Tony too. I said, you taking a live stream and clipping stuff from it is the laziest form of content you can do.
What was that? Hold on a second now.
I've told him that.
Gray, what was it? I wish this is Brad Benson or someone from my era. What did we used to call the clip channels back in the day? All they did was clip big YouTubers.
Basically like clip chimping, excuse me. That was the only one that I really heard of, but other than that, I'm not exactly sure.
Like they would clip
Drama
the larger.
farming. But
Yeah, they used to do it in commentary a lot. That's kind of how like BreadTube broke off. So
I mean, I guess we would always call it dishonest when it's just like a,
Or-
tiny clip or whatever. But I don't know. I'm kind of
see, that's
blanking
actually,
on
by
any
the way,
additional
how
name.
like Moist Critical gets a lot of views because people clip him. By the way, Charlie is a very based individual. So, you have any other thing you want to show, Renown? Not to be rude, but
Oh no, like since we were talking about the Chris Bacon video, which I think is silly, by the way, because he's not the only one that's out here being like, I'm a self-proclaimed Ripperverse detractor. Well, you're a self-proclaimed failure. That is being a self-proclaimed
to
failure.
be fair, there was something I wanted to clip, and I was in the process of it. But bear in mind, trying to port out a thing like you think you can just go through like a 19 gigs and pray that it exports out fine. Yeah, good luck on that in 30 minutes. So it's all good. Give it about an hour. Listen. So Richard Embry brought up last night is because of how Rippaverse fans treated him, he became a hater.
That's not how I remember the timeline. So
See,
as I said, I have my videos there to
I know you do.
Basically have them so that they can never rewrite history and act as if they were attacked or whatever the hell they're talking about.
No, he felt like, because you'll see the whole thing. I'll start off. You want to come on, LG? I'll send you a link. So I thought you would pass. Hold on a sec. Hold on.
So it's always a fun time when LG comes out. Oh yeah, but remember, I've been told that black creators to work with me, right?
Here we are. I didn't know.
I've been told that.
Well, there's certain qualifications. Not everyone qualifies as a black creator, apparently.
Specifically, the term was non-white. So, and I posted that on my Twitter, so everyone can see that.
So,
because to me, all these people are just content. They're like, oh, we're laughing at you. Yeah, I'm laughing at you all the way to the bank too.
Yes, you are laughing
money
at
off
us.
of you.
We'll see, LG. You want to come on? You have a link, so want to be your own little thing. But our whole thing is they assume we're a hive mind, right? I'm fine with Tony's side of the internet. Play your team sports. Okay, here we are. Welcome.
What's up, yo?
Well,
What's going on?
I was about to say, you're more than welcome to share it too, as well.
I'll give you a perfect example of a non-hive mind. So I had Mr. LG
The
here.
often imitated, never duplicated Tony.
Hold on. I had
Not
Mr.
me,
LG in here. He watched my last video about my haters, and he says, "Leave the strippers alone."
Yeah, yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what? You know what? I want to say that.
It was just me joking with the thing. I was just like, hell, it was like, I heard you say stripper, but I was like, sir, come on now. You gotta respect you be on my strip club chronicle streams, which I probably might do tonight.
That's my favorite.
Hell yeah, man.
It's your favorite. Oh, so then leave the strippers alone then.
So yeah, I was using it as a joke towards Froggo, who had a bunch of singles on the counter, and I was like, "Is that your tip money? Like, that's the stripper money. What you doing?"
Come on, Froggo. Don't be
like,
mean. Okay, don't be mean to Froggo. Froggo claims to be he's just your average Lowe's worker. Okay,
Lowe's worker. Well, he should have.
He works in Lowe's and he considers himself CG.
Well,
bro, I literally made fun of the fact that he was working at a warehouse, and I stated
he works in Lowe's.
He was
Lowe's is base, man.
Okay, but it's good pay though.
He shows He shows a picture of him in his warehouse, and I made fun of the fact that his house had some chipped off paint, he said he himself put it out himself online that said he's barely getting by. He put that out himself. I didn't say that. He said that himself. I said he was broke. He said I'm barely making by, and I made the comment of, well, Eric July has 13 to 15 warehouse workers, and I'm sure they all get by great, but y'all want to act like warehouse work is a low pay and shit.
No, warehouse work is actually warehouse work in general.
No,
the pay is actually pretty decent, but I know sometimes.
By the way,
it's
Tony's dumb, lazy Mexican ass, who's a disgrace to any Mexican ever. Yeah. Which I should wanted that bring that clip in because he tried last night. You know, an LG during your stream.
Mm-hmm.
He got to that point where he said that I don't think Tony's actually Mexican or Latino. He says he goes, isn't that kind of racist to say?
No,
I recall he can't even speak Spanish really good.
I mean, well, I know a couple of Mexicans that can't speak Spanish here, but that's beside the point. I mean, it's debatable.
I even took years of lessons and can't speak Spanish. Like, I don't know. If you're not doing it often, like, I could definitely see losing a language or not retaining it. I don't know. I feel somewhat hypocritical.
It's like that second generation thing. Because when I was taught about Ellis Island, I don't know what you guys were taught. This is what I was taught.
Okay.
The first generations, the grandkids could not communicate with the grandparents because they did not know the language, because part of it was teaching your kids English was so they could move out of the Polish community or the Hungarian Jewish community and succeed. Does that make sense?
Interesting. That's an interesting concept.
So that's a part of history people forgot. See, Gray, you are going to have to catch up, and we are going to have to do Masters of the Air and Shogun.
I do need to catch up on those. I know Shogun's not out yet, or
no, 27. Okay.
Sweet.
But Masters of the Air is episode 5.
Those look like they're awesome, man.
By the way, if you check the clip I showed, like I think Renowned was lurking. They're not skimping on the special effects. They're not skimping on the history. And to be fair, it's done by Steven Spielberg. I think as I told Renowned, once in about 10 years or a generation, we get an actual good war series now. Fury was the last one, and it wasn't as good. So, anyways, move along. This is a clip from the beginning, and by the way, this is good because last night too, Tony was explaining to people how YouTube works. By the way, LG, because you post stuff, he attacked your DJ skills. And Eric said he works 6 days a week as a DJ and makes more than you.
I don't care. He doesn't.
I agree. I agree.
I don't like, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, like when it comes down to that DJing shit, I don't give a fuck. Like as far as him,
yes,
like I don't care. And it's not to be, well, it might be rude, but and once again, don't give a shit. I just feel like these people, like I'm not invested in them like that. Like and that's why I said in my live stream, because I already knew, I knew full well with Tony and them that's all they're doing. That's literally what they're doing. They literally sit there, wait for people to say something, and they're now sitting here trying to dissect and
reactionary meta,
reactionary, and basically not just reactionary, but also like drama farming. Basically, like I think Ray Pipette said earlier, they're literally drama farming and looking for things that to intentionally twist what you say, right?
Because I've said they intentionally twist. By the way,
and that's why I said before when I first was telling you this shit, because like I said, I picked up on it quick, and when you were telling me, well, oh, this is what Tony's doing, I'm like, bro, I don't give a shit because that's what because I've already picked up on that pattern, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. Like everything I say, and I've already talked with him. That's the crazy part, is I've already had this conversation with him on Vincent's channel.
We did, yes, and he gives away his game every so often. I have to not watch him as much because I usually watch him or catch him in post at 2 times speed because I already know what he's going to say before he says it.
What was the clip though? What was it? I mean, like I said, my DJ skills is always improving anyway.
No, he's saying you can't get good monetization because you use he said you screwed up your algorithm as well as you just repost remixes and you're not getting any monetization from it. Coming from a man who barely can get any views for video games.
Anything outside of Eric July. The reason why he's doing Eric July is I already knew, like I said, when I did the remixes, I knew full well that it wasn't going to get any money, but it was going to get any or much money off the YouTube side. If anything, I can get money from people sending me tips. I can get money from crowdfunding.
Or you're going to get money from people who want to use you to write stuff for them.
Write stuff for them or make mixes for them, like in general, or do shit for them.
Okay, who is that? Like, you guys can help me. I kind of blanked this person. I know who this is. Who is this, like, lo-fi person? They're just known in YouTube for making mixes. You know the channel I'm thinking of.
It's a tip of my tongue.
They are everywhere.
Shit. I know what you're talking about. I forgot the name of it, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, stuff like that. And people, like, you have to be able to, when you do shit like that, there's different ways you can attack YouTube. That's why one of the reasons why I like YouTube. There's different ways you can attack shit.
That person's clips are used everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And
whether they pay for it or not. So here's the thing. So I don't know the logistics if they pay for it or not, because I don't know what goes on with that channel particularly. But it's the same thing. That's why these clowns are doing detracting on Eric July, right? It's literally, it's attention-based currency at this point.
Yes. And by the way, their viewers are all down. Great. Do you remember we had this discussion? We were trying to figure out where all the YouTube views have gone. Do you remember that?
Vaguely remember a while ago, yes.
Everyone's views are going down, including now in 40K. And no one knows where these are going. They're not going to Rumble. They're not going to, like, Chud channels, like the so-called Chud channels, have lost views. Basically,
normally around about this time, if I remember correctly,
it started fall.
Normally around about this time, you lose views anyway, because February,
December and January are voids.
And also a little bit of February too, because if I remember correctly, because this is around about Super Bowl time. You know, you got Super Bowl happening, you got Christmas holiday happening, wintertime. It's a bit of a mix. It's a bit of a weird bag if I remember correctly. But like I said, I just personally I don't remember the full thing.
From what I know, traditionally, latter part of December into January, because like Mudahar brought this up, is because a lot of creators drop off the radar around January and they'll reemerge about February because it's a dead month. Which, this is why I think it's funny, but in the people we deal with, they're all coming from the same crowd. Because apparently Jesker James just got monetized. Does that mean he's going to pull away from Tony? Now, basically, Katie got into Tony's audience. Because I need to address with you, because apparently, but I'll first show this. I'm going to say this, by the way. I called it a long time ago with her, and you two can correct me if I'm wrong, and this is the path she's taking. I said she was going to go into Tony's audience. And I said she just embraces it. Now, if you notice, all her crowd is Tony's crowd. Tony is an amalgamation, because I couldn't get the whole full thing 4 hours cut up today. Because I ran into the issue of you try to export a file, it doesn't go as quick. So this was the beginning of his... Oh, by the way, Tony, what are your two thoughts? Great, you're welcome to chime in as well.
I do have a thing that I'm sharing that it was sent.
Is this a DM?
It's a picture. You'll see.
Oh,
so this is a picture of what we like to call.
That's generous.
This is what we like to call a pathological liar. This dude is still running with this idea that people are calling him these things because of this. Again, you can't rewrite history, dummy. I have it on video how it all started. He's still saying the same. And the thing is, he himself admitted he was broke.
But Vickyverse asked him as well, because he got into a fight with Vickyverse. By the way, it's funny that I gotta give her credit, because my whole little thing, because it's a Twitter account I use to get interact. I use this account just to dig at people. The shared account. That's why the timeline's all fucked. That's why and Vicky, like, he's picking a fight with a 54-year-old black woman. But I got into it with her because she tried to label me as a person who was sexualizing stuff. I'm like, X-Men 97, because I'm like, none of you people were around watching this. So
a lot of them weren't, to be fair. Let's just be real.
But she is 54, and she would have been very aged out of the bracket. Froggo, by the way, like, said, yeah, like, I'm CG, I go to CG. Because right before Tony got banned, he said he bleeds CG, by the way.
That's what a lot of these clowns believe. They're like, oh, because I support CG, I'm CG. Like, no, you're not.
They don't even know what CG is. So, like,
no one knows what CG is.
The problem that I have with this picture, and it's the problem that I have with a lot of these so-called critiques, right? The problem, and this is the issue that I have with these people. Like, there's nothing wrong with, if you don't like Icemer, you think it's mid, that's your business, right? And I've said this to anybody. That's fine. You can have your opinion about the book itself. But when your opinions get dissected and it seems to line up with the same talking points of other detractors, right?
You're a hive mind.
At that point, your other detractors, other things that's been said and debunked, mind you. I have to put that out there. Okay. A lot of that's been debunked, or a lot of that stuff is nothing burgers, right? And you're like you said, T-Matt, it's a hive mind. And that's what I don't get. With, like,
I started coining the phrase. The Unimind.
Yeah, because they all do the same shit. Like that clip I know you was about to show, Tiamat, whatever clip that was.
No, the other thing is, it's kind of funny. Like they say we use SJW tactics. I'm not above using the tactics they use against us, against them.
No, I don't mind it. I mean, it's really in context of what really, like, depending on what tactic it is, and how you go about using it. The problem is these people, these same people talk shit about the SJWs, and they do the same thing to Eric right now. They've literally have been sitting there bugging Eric up, trying to bug Eric about the Sasuke sisters, right? They keep bringing up the same stupid shit about what the Sasuke's did in the past, which is indicative.
By the way, the being the you'll see it with the whole thing, and I kind of the idea, right, is these people like Tony. This is my theory about Tony. From what I gather, and I'm gonna have to go back and dig it up because he talked a little movie perp. Like he kind of admitted, like at one point he followed, like he had a little discussion, like with little movie perp, and little movie perp comes out of Dane's community, and he's Dane's co-host who got kicked out. He basically admitted to being a youth pastor who left the faith or got lost off the path, which I'm not going against the guy. This combined with, I'm going to say this honestly, in history, right? There's a thing of Razor Fist when he did his Lincoln thing. They have to edit around Lincoln being racist. I have to edit around. I wish I could edit around Tony wanting to come out of the closet. I do.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of which, I saw a clip that they did with Renown Zero, because I went to Tony's channel once I want to say about a day ago.
Yeah,
I went there and I saw one of his latest videos where he's doing this whole detractor cast bullshit.
Yeah,
so stupid. And there was a clip. I saw that. There was a clip that came up of Renown Zero, and it was just disgusting. Like I'm like, it was just like literally like they did like this just like, I don't know what, that's not AI art, but it was like something along the lines of like, you know, him being nasty.
It's like the suture self. It's the suture self. It looks like really crappy, cheap, unpaid. Like
no, not that. I know what you're talking about, but not that. It was like it was a clip from a video from like one of like from an angle from like one of literally from Renown Zero, right? It was a clip that they took from him, and then they just basically like did that thing where they superimposed the mouth over it and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's just, and then they like had to make it look like he was all creepy, licking his lips and shit. I'm like, that's like fucking stupid. Like,
who is the one that did that? And it sounds horrible over a mic, by the way. I hear that in my ear. It's disgusting.
It was so stupid. It was so stupid. Yeah, it was like, nah, bro. Like I and this is why I say the shit I say, especially on X or Twitter, right? Because these clowns have literally gone out of the way, and this is the level of delusion. It's the illusion, this level of fake. I put vitriol in quotes because it's really misplaced.
I call it derangement syndrome, but
there we go. And I call it bitter bitch syndrome. That's why I call it bitter. They act like bitter bitches. Like they legit act like women who have been hurt. For what reason, we don't know. Like, because
we have no idea. I'll say this, by the way. We can say one line and it lives in their crawl space for like 3 days.
You'll never guess what was just posted.
No.
What did you do?
No, what'd you do?
So apparently Vito thought it was a smart idea to leak the script of Super Killer on Twitter. It is absolute
did he?
dog shit.
Did he?
It is fucking dog shit.
Oh, by
It
the
had
way,
the
Derek,
ending of the book has your typical anime trope. I'm like, what the
what is
fuck
it?
is
What
this
is the
dumb ass
typical?
shit?
What is the typical?
That the character is called a grapist at the end of the book.
Isn't that the My Shield here? Isn't that?
Bruh, what the?
Is that the Shield?
They
Oh,
do say write what you know.
Bruh. I
Hey,
just reposted
hey.
it. I just
By the way,
reposted
I
it.
wish I could. I wish I could pull this. I pulled this like it's during when Vito came on. Vito said, and I hope someone clips this because this is fucking horrible. Vito said this himself. He says he's never because he got into it with Matt Barr because because like they're dealing with the Vic King. I was like, he's using the Vic King to deflect from his own accusations.
Oh yeah,
and
I saw that clip.
Like
that was the same clip where Dick Masterson said that all of CG's books were garbage. That was the same clip.
Oh yeah, bear in mind. Let's not forget the Kiwi Farms thing of Dick Masterson, where he wants to be Juju the cow and get pegged as Juju the cow.
Oh, that's the one thing you have to. That's all you have to say to him for him to stop talking to you. He'll either stop talking to you or he'll block you if you just continue to say that to him. Because he's a punk. Because that's again like that's one of those things where people will. It's funny that people will post clips and old videos of me that are public that I leave up.
Yeah.
They did this to LG because Tony did the same shit to LG with his ex. Where it's like, bro, my stuff is public.
Take the shit out of context. See, Tony's worse because he takes that shit out of fucking context. And that's one thing I don't play with.
He misses the context like a train.
Right. No, he's not. He doesn't miss it. He literally takes it out of context. Because if that's exactly what that. Like I said, this is why once again why I say bitter bitch syndrome, because that's what a lot of women will do.
And man, this is.
But go ahead and play the clip. This
is the beginning. Dude, I just want to say, Tony, you sound like you have a cock in your mouth. You need to take Richard Embry's cock out of your mouth. If it can even reach your face. If he can even reach your face or lift his leg up with his 300+ pound ass. Fuck out of here.
His head size of a fucking
bro.
And TJ Laser, you go fuck yourself too, because you posting an old clip of me without my beard, like I didn't post it on my own channel, left it up there for as long as I have, and meanwhile you don't show your face, you're a pussy.
That's a burner account. That is a burner account. I have said this. The moment I find his actual account, I'm going to put it out there. He has admitted on Jessica James's thing that he uses this account as a thing. By the way, he because he doesn't want it affecting his actual art business. Now,
but no. Wait, I'm gonna stop you right there. This is why I say that's bitch made shit. Because you don't want it to affect your art business, but you can sit up here, run your mouth, talk shit about everybody else, but you're too pussy to use your own account. Like, think about how much sense that makes. You're too pussy. You make a backup account to hang with other people. That is double life shit. That is something, once again, that is bitter bitch shit. You sit up here and run your mouth. Because like I said, I have a backup account, sure. But I don't necessarily use it like that. Two, it's for whatever else if I need to use it. If I need to pull it back up, I'll pull it back up. I do it. But like I said, it's still, I don't have to sit up here and go through all of this. Oh, well, I'm going to have this one account to talk shit about other people. And so that way my shit won't be affected. That's bitch made shit. To me, it is. Now, I don't know about any of y'all in here, but to me, that's a little bit bitch made.
See, here's the thing.
I'm not going to say it's not bitch made.
No, when you look at this, right? Because see, me and Gray were dealing with this. Dane has like 18 accounts. I swear to God.
Jesus Christ.
Like, the thing is, if you look at his imagery, He claims to be a trust fund baby. Like apparently he's a son of an affluent family in like Lithuania or over there. He's actually slipped and said this, and I'm like,
right, and I got family. You know, my dad is the king of Zamunda.
so he's like, no, but in reality, he basically can sit there.
Congrats.
Now, by the way, I love the imagery. Gray, since you're the music expert, how do you view King Diamond?
They're fun for what they do. They're pretty decent in their like subgenre of that type of metal, but I don't know. I was never the biggest fan. I was kind of more into like heavier, speedier stuff, less like vibrato and
Now, do you recognize the image?
for sure.
That's King Diamond.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of a style like death metal kind of took that on as well, and then black metal definitely
and
took
it
that
mixed
over.
with Sinestro.
But fair enough.
By the way, both of these people, I have to edit around, so I will begin, and we can just let me know if you guys want to stop. So
Feel good to be on the outside. The sun shining down on me. The birds chirping. The flowers. I can smell them. It does not smell like ass anymore.
So what ended up happening, because it was Josh Moon that posted the script, that because Vito's dumbass doesn't know how to use anything. So he showed it on stream and forgot to hide the link. So people just took the link, and that's how they were able to get the script. And it's absolute garbage. It is garbage. So now
he basically was on. Someone was claiming CG Slums was claiming Vito was hated by a lot of people. He whined on Tony's stream last night, like how he's despised him and Dick are, and it's like, if I knew I was hated, I would not post fucking shit that was not meant to be out.
Well, it sounded like he just fucked up and like didn't hide the link or whatever. But
yeah, he did.
I look forward to some honest, constructive criticism on this script. I'm sure
it better be good.
You like asshole.
No, you know what's funny though? I bet because he says he was a fan of Gantz, and if he stole the Shield hero trope. Did any of you guys
remember? He's not a comic guy. He's admitted that plenty of times. He's more of a manga guy.
Oh no. Oh, I forgot. There's a clip that would make Vito look totally like crap. He says he's never met a pedo that could draw good, unless they're in Japan.
Oh, that's pretty. That's a pretty low blow of a joke.
Does seem like that would make him kind of a connoisseur, but it's a joke, I guess.
Right. Allegedly,
But yeah, that's what it was. Josh Moon. Josh Moon was the one that put it up because he left the link there. So
also Vito
sucks for his backers. I put that too.
Also Vito got really angry because apparently. Oh, by the way, you missed Riley getting his business account banned. That's in this though. I have to.
Oh man, it's so good to be free. Although I must admit, I have a new piece of jewelry around my ankle. I am on Twitter jail, but I have the house arrest. I'm on house arrest from Twitter jail
again.
Again, it's just house arrest. So I'm out.
It's probably a real life house arrest.
I got to check in periodically with my PO.
Oh, by the way, he doesn't drive. He admitted to not being able to drive IRL because he saved money on car insurance and he would take a bus to work. But he's also admitted to being the world's laziest, most valuable asset in the warehouse where he makes $20 an hour.
You mean 14? You mean $14 an hour that he put online? That's why he's so insecure and wants to.
Hold on a sec. I'll be right back, though. You discuss. I need to go to the restroom real quick.
Okay. He's the one that put it out there about $14 an hour. That's why he's so insecure and wants to post his earnings on YouTube, because that's what insecure bitter bitches do. They brag about how much money they make.
That is weird how he attacks others for that, but I don't know. That is interesting. But no shame to taking the bus. I used to take the bus and train like every day just because it was so much faster than actually driving through traffic at that time. So I don't know if he's doing that. Like, no shame. I don't know. But
no, but see, the reason why the shame happens is because it's the level of what you is basically you're getting what you put out to other people. You cannot sit up here and say, hey, I'm gonna talk shit about you and in your life. Oh, you ride the bus and you're subhuman because you're seemingly subhuman. I'm not saying that's what's being said, but you're making fun of people for riding the bus when you're doing the exact same thing that you're, you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm getting at. That's my issue has been with not only just Tony, with a lot of these stupid ass detractors. And like I said, if this is what these people pay for, right? And I've said it on my live several times. If that's what people pay for, like I said, there's a saying, a fool and there's money. And I think y'all know the rest.
It's the old P.T. Barnum adage. Like, P.T. Barnum wasn't really a innovator. He just knew how to package people and to have people to do entertainment.
Oh, but
So yeah, this is only like 8 minutes, so it's like this is like I wanted to like cut it down because I can't be disingenuous. Oh look, I like watching these people. By the way, TJ Laser just sits here. Oh, by the way, I'll have to address this with the LG before I forget. Apparently, he said I was spurting out about Katie when I was telling what she did.
Were you spurging whilst telling?
Dude, the funny part about this is, you don't know about Katie Ditch channel. How do I put this? Gray, are you familiar with Inuyasha?
Not too familiar.
So, okay. Do you think it's okay for the what do you think? Do you know anime tropes?
Some, but my knowledge only goes so deep.
Okay,
so
this is why
a lot of the basic ones, but if you're going to get more esoteric, I probably don't know.
So she does the fan fiction of the trope that Funimation made canon into a sequel to Inuyasha that no one asked for. And my friend who loves Inuyasha, I'm like, they actually made a sequel.
Grab me some water, be right back.
Remember to have a full cup, LG. There's not any. They bashed you for an empty cup the other day. Ooh, that's so petty, by the way. There was nothing in that cup. So, in the show, there was a fan fiction in the community. Shishomaru, which is Inuyasha's brother, full demon, rescues a little girl, human girl, and eventually falls in love with her. There's argument that she was groomed into a bride. She calls this not shipping. And now it's a trope that isn't used a lot. I know I've explained this to Renowned, but this I'll explain on stream for people. It's still a creepy trope. Grooming a person into a child bride.
Yeah, it's weird, but it kind of seems like it is a trope. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an anime that doesn't have something similar to that, and I don't know.
It's not a very common thing because it is a trope of the trope that is not used. So.
I am joined on this epic quest with two gentlemen who are epic themselves. We got TJ Laser straight from Transylvania, the Jack Kirby of the Romanians.
Straight epically fat.
That's right.
He may
According to the chat, Sturgis is further more losing his mind that somebody's at the door.
He's mad that someone's at the door.
I was jealous. I'm like, TJ got a soundboard. Damn it, I don't got the door ring soundboard.
He's like, send me that link. Send me the link to
It's in my mind and my dollars, I guess.
And of course, down there, Blood and the Sword himself.
Oh, by the way, they say they don't cut anything out of context.
That's a lie.
Say anything.
LG has proof of that.
Do you know why I kept this as it is? Let their own words damn themselves. Do you remember how I've said they manufacture narratives?
Mm-hmm.
That's a manufactured narrative by TJ Laser. Am I wrong?
That is true.
Mr. Richard Embry. Sorry.
The home of the $5 comic, $5 digital, $5 physical, $25
$5 trash.
Dude, we are $10 away
$5
from
5-year-olds artwork
so if
trash.
one person were to buy
$5 value
comic, we would actually make that happen.
$5 Richard Embryo is the great value version of comics.
Oh, he called him Richard Embryo. And you know what's funny? If you try to, I love Google like T9. It corrects.
Richard Embryo is the great value version of any comic.
Yes, it literally looks like a very ripoff of between Spawn and Lady Death. Someone fight me on that.
There's enough.
Fight again, man. It's so affordable.
But do you know why I shit on Richard because of that? Because of his artwork? Because when he was first talking mad shit about ISOM, he was talking about how shitty the artwork was. And then when he put his book out, I'm like, your artwork is absolute dog shit. A fucking 5-year-old can draw better than you.
And that's why
whoever your artist is. That's what's so funny about it. That's why it's only worth $5.
He had his artist,
and he probably printed on the baking paper that Eric always talks about.
Oh yeah, that baking paper, yeah.
No, what was it? I wish I'll have to go look it up. I brought this up on LG stream in the comment, and I was in there. I swear it took him like 4 months to over double. Like
it took him 4 months of him. Think about so it took him over about 4, maybe 5 months, right, for him to double what he got, plus trying to shit on Eric July, right?
Yes.
So imagine, and you got to put this in perspective, right? Because people are thinking, well, I'm making money. You also got to think of where you're making your money, right? And this is why I say these people don't know anything about how business works, and they have an idea, because that's why they keep going after Eric July, because they think in their mind that because if I attack Eric July, I'm getting money. That's why Richard Embry switched over from being, neutral,
and he kisses CG's ass,
from being neutral
that's why
hating Eric July.
That's why I always attack Richard. Every single time I seen him post, he would be tagging me like, "Oh, can the big CG guys give me a boost?" Like a little bitch. Like, dude, market your own shit.
See,
if you're confident in your product, why are you asking the big dogs to promote your shit?
Here's the thing: Niobe got monetized, and often he realized, and when I went into his stream, the reason why you don't see Tony talk about him anymore is like Extra Hero. I want to know what happened to Extra Hero and his community. He hinted that Extra Hero no longer hangs around Tony. Tony hinted hangs around.
Good.
Niobe,
honestly, and honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's good, because
but he suckered himself.
That was not a conducive environment for him. Not like I said, if Extra Hero doesn't like Eric July for whatever reason, that's fine. Like,
and he doesn't show up. He shows up occasionally on Katie's channel. Before I forget though, Greg,
go ahead.
That was her first channel, and apparently her channel got shadow banned, or it started running into views, and then she started this clipping Eric July stuff. And by the way, tell me if this is not creepy with her, before I forget this. She was the one tattling, clipping, for canon's sake, about the art book. And the funny thing is, I bet Eric's release only sold of that art book sold less of the 2,000. They call it because it only sold like 778 because this was as of when they talked about it, a failure. It's because he released it at 1 p.m. People are probably working.
Yep.
So,
but he's still. But the thing is, he only has 200. Like he only has 2,000. It's also a limited quality too.
And he said this as well. She was tattling like a little bitter bitch. Like, oh, this is what Eric's doing. Ugh.
I'm telling you, that's exactly and they all act alike.
And they were like up there.
You would expect that. You would expect that from Katie did, right? I would expect that from Katie did because that's what women do. But from Tony, Richard, TJ Laser, and the rest of these clowns that be up in here, that also includes Hold the Truth Hostage and his non-rapping ass. You know what I'm saying? No, like that's bitch shit. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, the whole thing on her is the reason why I sent you that thing on the potentially sus racist crap that she liked, the chicken and the egg thing.
Yeah,
I am so waiting for her Appalachian nature to slip out. I am so waiting. And by the way, and I said this to you both in DMs, she is the very antithesis. She says Eric July is not a real man. She says none of you guys are real men. Right. EVS is a real man. And then she hangs out with Tony and these people who exude feminine energy. And every time I've joked with them on Twitter about their feminine, they get pissed off.
Yep.
And I'm like, what does she say to her husband? She has to be abusive to her husband.
Also, remember, guys, that certain creator always talks about how Eric doesn't name him, right? But everyone else doesn't name me. So hypocrisy, yes.
Oh, extremely.
Oh, by the way, by the way, you remember when I said about you guys about EVS over the time period? See, there's a person in our group, Gray's group, they hate Eric because of the night letter. EVS leaked entire chats with Vic, like Vic King, a while back. This was before this whole pedophile thing.
Oh wow!
Oh, I heard he leaked my DMs with him too, and some guy was like, "Oh, we saw how much you were doing these spicy things to him." I was like, "The fuck." The only thing that's in in those DMs is me saying, "Oh, your art's good. You hang around a person that try to dox my friend, and you're for it, and then you type, I don't care."
Oh, and someone apparently got leaked his DMs with them, where he was talking like how he was busy all of December, and he admitted in private he wasn't taking work.
Meanwhile, he did a cover for Top G. Okay.
And also, he's Rainbow the Brute will be out in the next 2 years. But I digress.
Heavy asterisk on that.
Bite again. And get us there.
All right. William Smell, what's up? What's up? We have so much.
I do have to give Tony credit on his showmanship.
I got a gift. I got out of Twitter jail, and I looked up. My phone had a notification. Bing.
I'm sure you still have that stupid like bracelet on
new stupid. Oh, what? We got new stupid, and I looked. 210 LG, homeless Larry himself made a video where he talks about yours truly. He mentions me, says my name, not that guy, not Frog Boy. He says the geek getaway. It's fantastic. I almost came right in my pants when I heard it.
Hey, we should nickname him Asher.
You got a good voice, man.
I mean,
that guy's hardcore.
I mean, if you believe that, you might as well.
Cool,
what's that saying I always say?
Man. He don't deserve that.
If you believe that, you might as well believe in Santa Claus and white
So
Jesus.
we got to go over that. We got a whole hour. What is it, like an hour long?
These are type of men that are called masculine, yet they talk about nutting in their pants, listening to other people. Okay, yeah, they're definitely straight.
That's right. We got it all recorded. Chat included.
This is why I left this.
Apparently,
oh god, that is so bitch made. They've been recording for Canon's sake because Chris Bacon is still a member.
Yeah,
Ugh.
That's extremely bitch made. Like I said, this is exactly why I say I don't fuck with these people. Not at all. Like and like I said, I know why you stick around and you do your thing. That's fine. Personally,
I like perspective.
There is no perspective, and that's and I've told, like I said, I kind of mentioned to you before, like there's literally no perspective with these people. These people
part of it is I ask your opinions because both of yours and Gray's because I like the perspective, but I also like watching where lies originate from.
I just get tired of dealing with the shit because I already know where it's. Like I said, it's Tony's already shown himself to be
a bitch.
There you go. Tony's already shown himself to be a
bitter bitch.
See, basically, what's so funny is Tony sucks the oxygen from everywhere around him. Like Nerdette is no longer a thing because he sucked all the oxygen out of Nerdette's community.
And I'm not allowing that over here. And I'm sorry. Like I said, I still stand on what I say. Channel's still bad for business, and he's not doing anything. That's why there's a reason why.
There's a reason his views are down since EVS started doing Trashcast.
Well, not only that, then there's a reason why he's went all in. This is why he's went all in on this being a detractor thing, right?
Yes, that's because if he talks about Xbox, he gets very low views.
If he does anything else, he gets nothing. And
I said that
deprives him. It deprives him of the attention that he so craves. Okay, right now he's getting views. Yeah, he might be getting money. So the fuck what? You know what I'm saying? Homeless people get money all the time.
There are homeless people that make more than people. There is actually, I remember the story of a person they claim to be panhandling. Mm-hmm. They make more in a week than people do in like a day or so. And they just do the fake homeless shit.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why I personally don't fuck with it, because like I said, I know full well that if I say anything, right, if on my channel, because I know he's always watching, right? That's first off, mistake number one. Bitch is always watching. Which, like I said,
how did he find out? By the way, the reason why I say a lot of these,
he's still following me. Like the crazy thing is, he's still following me on Twitter, right? But I have him blocked.
By the way, that thing from last night,
okay,
his stream 11 hours ago only has almost less than 100, like only has 1,000 views.
What was the title of it? What was the title of the video?
Dude, my current video has over 1,000 views. The fuck?
Like apparently, and it was a 5-hour stream.
So imagine 5 hours. It was probably the Tractor Cast or some bullshit, right?
Right there.
The latest one, okay. Free from Twitter jail. Okay.
Look at these views. By the way, the man says he is not gay, but TJ Laser puts this out.
That's funny.
I showed it in my last video where I showed Froggo melting down. I went through
no. This animation, like dude, he basically screams. Oh, by the way, he said Fabulous Frogman. Someone teased him in his chat. You'll see in this clip, by the way, when he talks about
that sounds very gay. Because fabulous is what gay people say.
He goes, oh, fabulous. Oh, it's part of a joke.
No, I want to see. Have him yell at. Like, I want to see that clip where him yelling at somebody. Because like I said, it's funny him losing his shit because people don't like his.
Oh, that's in later in the stream. It's
yeah.
funny.
So I went through all his videos and all his lives. All his lives are all beat out by one of my videos. Too. And all the video content and live content he put out a month ago got beat out by one video I made. Just one.
Hell yeah, man. Congrats.
Oh,
that's awesome. Yeah, he beats me on every aspect, but hell yeah. I'm glad it's favorable to you.
I have a video that has 4,200 views from 1 month ago.
Damn.
And it did better views than every single video and every live stream he did last month.
I got to get my numbers up there.
And I told him, you can go fuck yourself. Like in the last 30 days, he only has 9,000 more views.
Do you want to be mean and pull up the tweet he showed where he linked how much he's made in this year? He's only made like $1,500.
Well, I was gonna say, let this clip play out. Let this clip play out real quick.
V-neck Larry.
Yeah.
That's not even.
Of course,
that's his audience.
V-neck Larry, you mean coming from three dudes that have no neck,
the first ever
all fat.
Of course, we got the Spurgis video from yesterday to go over.
Brago calls you Spurgis.
He drops a video today. He might drop a new video today. I have a feeling he might. But even if he doesn't, I have Sturgis, a special surprise for
Sturgis
each and every
is a good motorcycle
29 real people here. While I was in Twitter jail, while I couldn't tweet, I had to occupy.
Why were you in Twitter jail?
Do things. So
you blame CG and you blame
the lovely, the magnificent, the head of the detractor committee, and one day I hope to be in the detractor Hall of Fame.
Chris Bacon be first ballot. I
think so too. But he inspired
you want to
me.
look like a failure.
He went out and he talked.
They clamor to look like failures.
Ripperverse and Ethan and stuff. Yeah. So I said, man,
I do like how Mr.
I need to do something like that. I need to do something like that. So I went out. And
he's smart about this, but he's still.
I talked to Sturgis's ex-girlfriend. That's right. I interviewed Sturgis's ex-girlfriend.
What's his name?
It's a her. It is. It's a female. It's an actual factual vile woman. Now here's the thing.
This is once again that's the retardation that I'm talking about. Like these people are
retarded. The thing is, she's afraid that Sturgis might get a little crazy on her, right? So she right now she's only allowing.
And by the way, they're
running small clip now. We're gonna test the waters. We're gonna release the small clip. It's only audio, it's no visual. We're gonna release the small clip, and if you guys and everybody reacts positively, then we'll go ahead and see if we can get that full interview released.
Tony.
What?
It's not gonna be LG and
No, it's not.
Wig, is it?
It's not LG. It's a woman. It's a real. When I say it's a woman, it's an actual woman.
Okay. See, Richard keep playing, and he keep running.
One of his mods.
Do you assume these people are playing?
Exactly.
You assume
this
person is afraid.
Yes.
To come up.
Pause it.
Globe dolls do not talk. The birds chirping. The flowers.
Oh, you have to go all the way back to the beginning.
It was a click.
Based on what I know about you, Tony, I wouldn't be talking shit. So I guarantee you right now, you put out that image about how fit you look. Because if you look that fit, rather than being a bitter bitch all the time,
I have a body image of him. Somewhere.
You would show yourself if
I have a body image of
as you believe to people to be, because you tried to bring in Saggy Melons to confirm your bullshit, right?
Saggy Melons going through her own shit right now, and the fact that he does that, he hangs with. And I told Saggy herself, I was like, bro, you need to leave this nigga alone.
If that's Saggy's always involved in drama.
Well, she's always in drama, but there's one bigger drama that she's in that's actually kind of like, good, like that she's actually dealing with. She's the whole Andy Signor thing.
That's a crusade for her.
Yeah, that's it. No, not well. She's got some part into that because Andy Signor, she had dealings with Andy Signor herself. And I've actually had a conversation with her about that. So that's how I can speak on this, because I actually talked to her like a grown ass adult. I actually talk to people, unlike these clowns, right? I don't assume shit. I actually go in. If I'm curious, I ask questions. So I know about the whole shit with, not all of it, but from what she told me with Andy Signor, that stuff is actually legit. And it's not just dealing with her. It's also other people, other women that are been involved with Andy Signore that she's trying to get more information, get more people to, speak out on. And like I said, people like that, like people like Andy Signore, if that's really what it is, they need to be held accountable. That's no question. You know what I'm saying? I don't play with sexual misconduct like that. Like, if you're a guy and you're doing that shit, you need to be held accountable. And especially women, and that goes double for women. If you are doing that same shit, because women do the same shit, y'all definitely need to be held accountable as well. So, Saggy gets a pass, but like I told Saggy, like, you need to stop hanging with this nigga. Like, I don't say that often about people, but I'm like, friends like that, you don't need it.
It's the first ever O-neck. Of course, we got the Spurgis video from yesterday to go over. Unless he drops a video today. He might drop a new video today. I have a feeling he might.
Well, I don't want to pass forward too.
But even if he doesn't, I have a special surprise.
A little bit.
My time, obviously. Chris Bacon, the lovely, to a bunch of people at comic shops asking.
I don't care. Keep going.
Oh, by the way, that's not where we were, right?
Yeah, he was about to show the picture of Renown's.
I talked to.
Keep going.
He's about to show some audio. No picture, right. Just audio. Because that's definitely.
Oh shit!
Ex-girlfriend.
What's his name?
It's a her. It is. It's a female. It's an actual factual real woman. Now here's the thing. Cool. No, she always was. She always was.
Always was.
You confirm. Now, the thing is, she's a.
By the way, can I? Do any of you want to throw the such joke? You want to know what these people's hub searches are?
Anything with Rainbow Coalition. I mean, and if they really feel like, if they really want something that's like a woman, they probably go into the Transformers.
Transformers. They probably look up Keffels.
Oh shit!
No.
Oh, shit.
Afraid that Sturgis might get a little crazy on her, right? So she right now she's only allowing me to release a small clip. We're gonna test the waters.
You'll see this. There's something
clip.
Here very.
It's only audio,
you
no visual. We're gonna release a small clip.
You see a little.
If you guys and everybody reacts positively, then we'll go ahead and see if we can get that full interview released.
Tony.
Right?
Tony.
Just as I've always said,
it's not
this dude Tony sounds
LG,
fat.
It's not LG. It's a woman. It's a real. When I say it's a woman, it's an actual woman.
Okay.
So, yeah. Is it one of his mods? Look, I can't name names. See, that's exactly.
Hey, do you remember, Gray? Do you remember Sandman? Sandman comes from Dane's audience.
I heard. I don't know. I don't have any like, personal experience. I'm just.
Suit yourself as like a drunk. Fat, old.
Let's introduce ourselves
British
to this
man.
person.
And also, we got that suit.
Why do you want to introduce yourself to someone's ex?
Because apparently, Sturgis was mad at Sturgis 3D avatar.
I laughed at that because he's like, "Look at the little legs. What is he, a hobbit?"
Fucking because that avatar was fucking ugly.
Because we got to go over.
It looks like really bad 3D.
After as a son of a chaser, right?
Excuse me. Serious girlfriend of his. Let's see.
Allegedly.
There's no. Why you get?
No, I'm allegedly said that.
You allegedly have
I believe you,
child.
Tony has the proof. Let's see it.
Tony brings it on.
Bear in mind, Tony has 2 kids and an ex-wife that he treated like
Red
shit.
Says, for $2, Tony, did you enjoy those massages from Big Bubba? I did. Big Bubba, despite his size, despite being a 6'7",
he's not gay.
280 pound,
but he's not gay.
African American gentleman. Despite that, he has these soft.
He must be describing her hold the truth hostage.
Like butter when he gets in there, he's kneading.
No, that's definitely not because hold the truth hostage is like some scrawny ass nigga. I seen that shit.
It does really good.
Fuck that.
Thighs, like
by the way, look how he's describing Big Bubba here.
I heard that.
He's not.
So I appreciate you asking, Red. You put the money on my books to get.
By the way, Red is
Tony. Next time you go to Twitter jail, if you go and there's a Snickers on your
by the way, this dude's not gay either.
That's not like mints on the pillow, like at the hotel.
No.
That's not what that means?
Touch it. Do not touch it. Put it to the side. Do not eat it. Do not.
Oh,
There's a price that comes with that.
Here comes the resident shiller.
It's not a pretty price.
You mean a resident idiot?
This dude is a resident shiller, and he's Canadian.
He meant cocoa butter, yeah. What up, Georgie?
Yeah. My dollar's a $5 comic too. A whole bunch. You just take a whole bunch of fives together, and you buy it for $40, $50, $60. I don't know what it is right now, but
who has a shitty comic that looks like Grover?
What the fuck? Did you put it back to the beginning already? Again?
No.
Meatbags, it's the often imitated. Never.
Oh no, I don't know what I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. There you
There's
go.
a price that comes with that Snickers.
Nice denial, though.
It's not a pretty price.
Look, don't use a multifunction.
He's their JPay to pay out Bubba. He meant cocoa butter, yeah. What up, Georgie?
Yeah. My dollar's a $5 comic too. A whole bunch. You just take a whole bunch of fives together, and you.
She probably is a $5 comic on all
$40,
that.
$50, $60. I don't know what it is.
His comic book hero looks like Grover.
You did it again, didn't you?
Oh, you know what? I clipped it off.
Oh, you clipped it off.
Good. It messed about where he was talking about the whole thing.
They're not talking about nothing anyway, bro. This is the
whole thing, like the Sturgis's girlfriend thing. Oh God, you know what it does is when I say,
bro, he got ignored so quickly. He tagged me, got 15 likes on that engagement.
I'm gonna have to
he
go
got
back.
15 likes on that engagement. Tagged me in it. Like I already told this
you know what?
fat, overweight fucking
you know
bitch.
What? You know what? I could
he's not
I could go and find it because someone asked him, and one person in his audience. So one person in his audience called him and said it's edited.
Of course it is.
And it's heavily edited, and
anybody with two brain cells that can rub together
could create
a Tony's audience could easily see.
You know when you gave me a clip. What was it? What is it? Using the one. What I was using. I was using the one, and I think what happened is I went back, and then you know how if you cut off like a section, you miss it? That's what I did. But I'll find it though. I'll definitely find it. Bear in mind. Let me just go to number 2. Which is fine. Now, this is going to be the longer section.
All right.
This is Chris Bacon, who was one of Eric's biggest.
The typical detractor, fat, out of shape, and white.
He was one of Eric's biggest detractors ever. No, he was one of Eric's biggest supporters, and I remember him donating a lot of money.
Right. I remember, and yeah, he showed it that he was money, and I remember you telling me, showing me the conversation that you had with him too.
Well, he lives in Frisco.
At the very least, he legitimately makes real money, unlike Tony. Oh, oops, slipped of the tongue.
Now he is a bankroller of it. So now,
I mean, me personally, I don't care. Like, I mean, I know for 2 reasons. I don't care for 2 reasons. One, and I know this sounds mean. Sorry, T man. I don't mean to be rude. It's not directed towards you. It's directed toward these detractors. Okay? I got to make sure I make that clear. So as long as we, you know that. But you know, if just in case the people that be sneaking around and watching.
Yes, they realize they couldn't even read. By the way, they saw like where we did the whole thing. They're like, it's like the little drama. We have our disagreements.
Right, but like I said, if anybody can go from biggest fan to biggest hater like that, that means there was some hidden ulterior motive. There had to be, because or you wouldn't get the attention that you thought you deserve to get. And once again, that's the same type of thing that I've seen with guys that try to pay all these money to these girls and expect that, oh well, I paid all this money to you, and you're supposed to be, I thought we were going out. No, bitch, you were just paying for her time.
Well, I got to dip in about 5 minutes, but I wanted to show this tweet I just saw.
Okay.
Can someone tell me what this is supposed to mean? Is this supposed to be some like type of racial shit we got going here? By the way, this is the same.
If Eric July's didn't make money, why?
Go ahead, read it.
Sorry. If Eric July's
go ahead. You want me to read it or you read it?
You read it, I guess.
Okay. All right. If Eric July's Rippaverse didn't make money, no one would care. But since he made money, he's perceived as a threat. Hence the dogpiling. Eric July represents an untapped market, hip-hop culture, which he has a direct lineage to. In fact, he moves like an indie rap label. Bitch, what?
Now remember, this is the same person that said that certain creators should continue to drama farm. Right? Same person that said that. This chick
check the quote retweets
every single day, bro.
I saw a quote retweet from I think Professor Haitian that said that disproves that entire theory, because I was going to like that's not even true. If anything, he raps, sure, but he mostly
there it is.
Yeah, there it is. Okay,
sorry, if anything, inspirations in im3xo and the Rippaverse are based on heavy metal and opposite of hip hop culture, with crime and criminals being depicted as bad guys, focus on the importance of family, hard work, and self-reliance. An upcoming character team is literally a heavy metal band fighting demons, and the second major title is about superhero police, something rather far from hip-hop culture. If you haven't read the books, probably better not to talk about them or their influences or themes. All the books are easy to get and don't take very long to read.
There you go. People are stupid.
By the way, if you want to go with the lore as it stands,
here we go. Look, untapped market. Hip hop culture has been a part of comics since the 80s. But remember, she has pictures of showing all her little long boxes and short boxes, but she didn't know this. He's in a metal band.
Hello,
which by the way, if it had okay, so that's 2 reposts. All right. So I thought that was interesting, saying hip hop culture and indie rap label. Like, what are you talking about? Like I said, this is the same person that flip flops when necessary. I do not trust this person. I do not trust this person at all. They flip flop constantly. In which there was one time that she claimed that her account got hacked. That her account got hacked.
Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah. She was the same one. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right. So, nah.
Oh, by the way, what do you guys think? By the way, what do you think of the? I found what I was looking for. I found what I was looking for. At least I'll show Renowned this.
But they wonder why I bring the race into it. Sometimes, not all the time.
So apparently, by the way, because for canon's sake was not Riley's alt account.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was his business account. Just like Black Angus is on a second account, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hold on. Folder, yes, I found. The problem is why I did. Like, I was over. I was so. Now I will say this, right? Clip ban evasion is a thing. You mind me? It should be handled with utter care. I found what I was looking for.
You mean like how Eric July's arm hair blamed me for getting?
Oh, by the way, as soon as that motherfucker had a banned account, it got
280-pound muscular African American gentleman. Despite that,
it gets a little
he has the softest hands. It's like butter. It's like
by the
butter.
way, he is not. I stand by this. I stand by the fact he's not gay.
What's up, George? He's their JP.
Maddox.
Oh God. He's not gay. He is not gay.
Oh no, he's not. He's not gay. He's flaming.
He is not gay.
He's flaming.
No,
Tony is flaming.
Burn, baby, burn.
That's what dude
is
I think I might want to.
He's screaming into the ether.
Everyone's asking about this third.
He's not gay.
Tease you guys with that. teasing because man.
He's
I didn't hear about joking. I didn't either. I
like the guy that worked for Mr. Beast that had a family and a wife, and then all of a sudden he's trans.
He has to pay back that Snickers. He took the
Tony
Snickers.
is. Except he went gay and
I'm Black
flaming.
History Month, no less.
Anyway,
You see the
go.
jokes.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
You know, we'll get into Sturgis, his video. We'll hit the seat video, and then if you're interested, we'll check in with his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend.
You know what it is? I was rush editing.
First,
LG, have you ever just rush edited and just knocked off a second?
We'll do.
These aren't the.
All right.
These are 5-hour videos.
Like I said, this is a small 20-second clip. I'm going to play it. I'm going to make sure everybody's muted so you guys can hear it clearly, and then we'll discuss what we've heard. Obviously, I know what the hell is in it because I recorded it when I interviewed her. So how small would you say Sturgis is?
And he was really small, and that's all I could talk about. I mean, he was a really great guy and good. I'd probably cheat on him, and so I just had to break up with him. That guy was really small. He was about really small. Yeah.
I mean,
you heard it there,
clip.
folks.
That clip is so like I know that clip has to be from somewhere else.
That clip is so cut up.
It's cut up. It's obviously cut up.
Well, it's also a shitty question. Like, he at least could have led into it. Like, how would you describe him? And then have her go into like small or something. Instead, it's just like, so how much did he beat you? Like, I don't know. It's just like one of these like weird loaded questions that I don't know. Like, even if he's going to go for a joke, like, there's so many better ways to get there with like a surprise.
It's not even the. I agree. Like, it's. Oh, like, dude doesn't even do the joke right. Can't even do the shit right. Dude is just trash. And
thinking about
legitimate like trash shit.
I don't think he cut that up himself. It's kind of like him reposting the image of his kid's airsoft gun that looks like a sniper rifle to go to the warehouse. By the way, there's a whole thing last night, like, I need to actually cut it up correctly. Because someone right after that says that's some of the fakest, it looks like some of the fakest shit ever. I think, or it's later in the day. And they called him out and he got defensive. So.
Making this video for a while.
So Chris Bacon, right, was a member of the Ultra Mac Club. LG, you saw my conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda.
Yeah.
And he's going to bring up the thing of, how much do you two care about what is said about Reddit on Reddit?
I mean, honestly, like, I haven't been on Reddit like that, and I wish I need to be, but for other reasons. But like the stuff that he said on Reddit, I mean, he's well within his right to, do all of that. But like I said, when he started posting all the numbers, because I did see the video when you showed me the video, and that's why like I told him, and like I said in the clip, I'm like, bro, for you to sit up here and say, oh, well, you didn't watch the video, like just me mentioning your name should have told you, and her, if you listened to what I said, it would have shown that I watched the video. I'm not inviting you to my shit. I don't need to invite you. I don't need to do none of that. I'm not nice. I'm not nice to you like that. Don't care. Mm-hmm. But you're worried about somebody else's numbers, and you're not even hired by Eric. Like, you're looking at, oh, well, the numbers for this and the numbers for that and blah 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 whoopty woo, and well, this isn't doing too good and this could be done better or whatever. And the thing with all of this stuff, that especially what Chris was saying and everybody else be saying, that Eric can't take criticism. And I think I told you this, T-Matt, like, when it comes down to critiquing, you don't have to take any of that shit. It's up to you as a creator. It's really up to you to look at where to go with that critique. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to take any and everybody's critique. You don't have to, because some of that stuff isn't always, it may not be conducive, to what goal you have. This is his business. And I swear these people think they know more of Eric July's business than Eric July himself. That's the problem with that. Like, you overstep your bounds. You might have all of this knowledge. You might be a numbers fanatic, whatever the fuck. I don't care. But you have to know when to step back and allow other people to do their shit. It's not your project. You're not hired. Even if you were hired to do a job, you work within the confines that you're given.
And he wasn't a comic supporter prior. He just followed Eric. It's kind of like Leighton.
He was a comic. You said, or he wasn't.
He wasn't. It's like Leighton. Leighton followed him for the libertarian politics.
That's fine, and that's fine. You can follow Eric for different reasons. But my problem with this is when these clowns like Chris, like Tony, that think they know shit. Tony hasn't have anything going for himself outside of talking shit about other people on his channel. He's talking about the Intellivision, im3xo thing. You know what I'm saying? He's talked about the arcade 1-up shit. And now he's talking about Eric July. He doesn't have anything of his own to actually contribute. He hasn't put out his own comic. Now he's trying to put out a comic now. It's the same thing with fucking Vito. Vito has been trying to give Eric shit for years, and now look, his shit is being leaked out, and his shit is fucking trash. And none of these people, I'm sorry, and then these people that jump in on this shit against Eric July, I'm not buying your shit. I don't want to be a customer of them, because honestly, if you can't handle somebody's success, somebody else's success, without necessarily seeing them as competition, because, and I agree with Eric on this, the pie is not fixed when it comes to indie comics. There's so many things, so many ways you can go about making money that's not the archaic way. That's not the way that, that's in different ways you can crowdfund. Eric has loved, he hasn't said anything bad about crowdfunding. The only thing he said is that if y'all get money and y'all get attention, make sure you pay your, fulfill your products. Make sure you fulfill your stuff. Don't take the money and fucking run. And the people that got mad about that are the people that don't understand where Eric's coming from, that are hating on Eric, and that are listening to these clowns. Oh, well, Eric, Eric doesn't know what he's talking about with crowdfunding. Oh, Eric uses crowdfunding. No, he didn't. He had a pre-order campaign. Book was already completed. He put the money in himself.
I recall him not wanting to use crowdfunding.
Mm-hmm. He didn't want to use crowdfunding. He didn't want to use the 3PL. That's why he has his own warehouse. He didn't want to use crowdfunding because it would have, for whatever reason, I forgot the exact reason, but he didn't want to use crowdfunding, and he's well within his right to do so.
I think it was because he didn't want to. I forget what it was. It was something along the lines of he didn't want to be associated with the negative fallout from CG.
Mm.
And CG lateness and other crap.
Mm-hmm.
So he used definitely before. So, but yeah, Chris Bacon. I remember the guy in the community. You remember O Snakes? O Snakes was originally in his community too.
Mm.
And O Snakes gets it from both sides in CG. Because when people could see O Snakes as a mod in EVS's chat, he's in our community too, Gray. It's the same one.
Mm.
And I go, aren't you the guy who was bashing Eric on the stream? Because I actually got into an argument with him. So now here's the thing. I just want you to know his body language. So Chris started off this way, and this is his actual story.
Right.
So he tells on himself.
I'm finally gotten around.
Because I don't care what Reddit says about me. People can lie on Reddit and social media.
At this point in time, I think it's fairly safe to say that I'm one of the most.
And he tried talking to Dane.
Detractors.
Dane
in the Detractorverse towards Eric July in the Ripperverse. But that wasn't always the case. Once upon a time, I was a supporter, a staunch supporter, a very large supporter in the financial sense.
Let me say this. I supported Hellstorm Wargaming. Then I unsubbed from him, and I have not watched him since. Do I go and hate on Hellstorm? No. No, he can do his own shit.
But what led me to become a detractor? In this video, I'm going to go and deep dive that. Okay. So Eric July, if he watches, the Rippaverse employees, if they watch, or just anyone else who thinks anyone who doesn't like Eric July and the Rippaverse is just a mindless troll and a hater, will finally get to see start to finish how I got from being his at one time largest financial
by the way, he went to Eric's
to being the outspoken critic that I am today. And I put this out there because just like everything else I put out, I don't hide behind a fake name. I don't hide my face. If I'm going to say anything about anyone, you're going to know who it's coming from. And I think it's important that you know why.
He's also a Kansas
Whether
City
it's
Chiefs
Rippaverse
fan.
Detractors on Reddit, any places I've been on streams, or the few videos that I actually have made. I feel intellectual honesty and integrity is important. Again, if you're going to accuse anybody of something,
I feel
particularly like what I look at with bad business practices, you need to bring the receipts. You need to be able to put your name behind what you say and own it. So I'm going to go down the path of how I got here. And it goes back about 2 years. And we'll start, and I'll show you the path every step of the way. So this is going to take a little bit of time. But if you're interested in knowing the story of how I became a detractor from start to finish in intricate detail, stick around. I think you'll have. So as people who know who I am know, I was once fairly active on the Rippaverse subreddit.
Oh, Eric's Rippaverse subreddit is used against Eric a lot. Eric didn't care about it. He farmed that out. Right? Because I think it's strange. Because do you think if you were big enough, you don't? Do you think big people make their own tweets?
Not all the time. Not all.
You don't think they have a person paid to do it?
Not when I say not all the time. Some people do, but once they get big enough, some people they do have people to pay for them to make their tweets. But it's with the regular person's intent. With I can't talk. With the regular person's intent, you know what I mean?
This is on his own word.
And that's where I started posting my initial thoughts about the Rippaverse. And as you'll see,
this is why I don't
from
care
the very
about
beginning,
what Reddit
it was
says,
from a
Reddit's
standpoint
full
of a fan.
Hypocrisy.
And almost always from a business perspective. I'm not going to read this, but if you want to pause it, I'll scroll down.
I get accused
slowly
of doing word salad.
So you can see it and you can read it for yourself whenever you have time. But I want to point out a few things. As you can see, this was 2 years ago when I first wrote this.
And he's not mad either. He just had a passport.
The title of my post, Unbiased Take So Far. And at the time with this community,
from Eastern
this
Europe.
Particular post got 18 upvotes. And I'll go
18
just highlight a couple of the things.
That's a fire banging post.
Obviously, I stated that I'm an Eric July supporter in the very literal sense of the term. How long I'd supported him. And that I'll support his comic books. I even defended him from trolls as far as what people were saying about him. I said, hey, he's a nice person. I don't have any problems with Eric July.
But then you go from you go from
website
not
rollout
having
from ISOM1. That was kind
problems
of
with him. Now you have problems with him. Like
some of his goals
he explains this
and whatnot.
Later
and
on.
Here at the end,
it's short, but this is this little.
I talk about how Eric has a built-in audience. And I even said, Eric has a solid built-in audience. And I think that no matter what,
that's
myself included, these folks will ride or die with him and be very forgiving of mistakes. However, as he continues to grow, I'm going to say that the public at large and a newer audience he may attract will not be as forgiving. This is where I think he could take some very...
So a YouTuber who's been around YouTube for almost 10 years. Are you familiar with, what was it, Matt Pat, or the guy who called it quits?
Yeah, Matt Pat.
It was a Matt Pat, right? He's been around. He basically said he's changing the way he was doing his content. Yeah. You have people who like him from the beginning. Your beginning audience isn't always the same as your current audience.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I need a renown. I never got into the whole, oh god, the Own Your Enemy fund with Tony. I need to do the full dive into that. He lied while he did that. It's all just so Chris Bacon makes actual money. Like his whole thing, like apparently Tony retweeted the business account because Riley, by the way, got banned because he told Matt Bear he was going to grape him with his below average penis.
I mean, well, that'll get you in trouble.
It does seem a bit excessive.
Vito was like, maybe Vito even on Tony's stream said maybe Riley should stop saying stupid things.
I mean, well, that's true, but like I said, y'all,
who knows?
That's what they put in there. That's what they put in there. That's who they allow in their circle. These people that say stupid shit, knowing that it can get them in trouble. Knowing, and once again, they can get mad at me for saying it. I don't give a fuck. I do not care.
Yeah, they get. And you blame like Tony. Like apparently Eric's hairy arms or whatever.
Yeah,
got banned. Right, because he threatened Renowned.
He shouldn't have been doing it. That's his fault. Fuck you. Like these people. This is the shit that this is the shit that these people do, right? They do this shit. They want to be able to sit up here and like, what in what world is it okay for me to sit up here and threaten you and think that it's everything? It's this is just internet. That's, you know what I'm saying? Words. Like, no, fuck that.
Or you know say words that are bannable.
Say words that are bannable, or just in that, like if you were to pull this up, like a transcript up and read it out loud, it would be perceived as a threat, right? Certain things that would just, well, like you said, hey, I'm going to grape you with this, that, and the third. Okay, that's a fucking threat. It can be perceived as a threat. You know what I'm saying? Like these people, like, and then, like in the case with Chris, right? Well, what makes you, or people think anybody should listen to you, money or not? Like this is the problem with these people. They think that because they spend money, and part of this is because we've been accustomed to believe that the customer is always right, and that's not always true. And these are the same people that take that shit and try to run with it.
What was it I said the other day? My thing, I don't know if you saw it, was in the enlightened centrist and third-party anarchists. Enlightened centrists do not like picking a side. No offense on you, Gray. They want to ride out the storm and maybe avoid the shells. The third-party anarchists, like Ripoff Verse, just want to see shit burn.
And that's because they don't have shit themselves.
And they act like concerned Karens.
They don't, like, and most of it honestly boils down to they don't have shit themselves. I can guarantee you almost every time that it's been that every time I've looked at these people, I've literally looked at these people. Most of them don't have anything.
Yes.
They don't have anything. And if they do have something, they either don't have something or they're trying to build it up.
Or they try to steal. Like in the whole
or they're
thing
trying to build up, and what I mean by build up, they're trying to build up on drama.
Right? Ripoff Verse is basically a glorified stunt actor.
Yeah. I was watching that. Yeah, because I saw that. Mm-hmm.
Can you believe that? That's what he does. And he's like, well, I have 7 years Muay Thai. show.
You know how to just take falls at that point.
I showed a video he did a stunt in. That's learning how to take falls.
Yeah.
Avoidable hits. Again, this was 2 years ago. At this point, looking back, it's almost like a prophecy.
No, it's not. And it's
and then I talk about
self-fulfilling
some of the other
prophecy
things
that you created.
that he did, as far as like, being a subscriber to his Patreon, that sort of thing. And I ended it. You have my full support, Eric, and I wish you nothing but success.
But then you turn
and then the comments
detractor.
that I was getting from these
that's
folks
why I say
were
he's
quite pleasant,
sociopathic or psychotic.
saying, hey, we get it. These are nice things. And again, people wishing him the best. But again, this was my post from 2 years ago in the Rippaverse forum, just slightly after the ISIM-1 launch. Here's another post I made. It says 1 year ago from the community, 22 upvotes. And I basically just gave a very silly,
but Eric's Reddit
kind of
was
tongue-in-cheek review of ISIM-1.
I don't even
basically
think it's
saying
Reddit.
that
I think that might be a fan made
sociopath.
That's
or somebody else holds it. Either fan made. I want to say either fan made or somebody created it.
Because he told me,
or deep diving it.
I even asked him. I go, "Why the fuck do you give a
tongue-in-cheek
or shit what Reddit the Reddit mod says about you?"
Seeing it from a silly,
go to Eric's house and ask him to confront that guy.
At the end, there were 24 comments. And at the time, certainly nothing hateful coming from these people. Other silly comments like, this Darren guy sounds legit. Different things like that. Again, things that you would think you would appreciate from the fandom.
What did I say?
He doesn't want to, because he want. That's the problem with these clowns. They want to hear that shit.
I'm going to leave this screen up for just a second because it shows kind of an evolution here. This right here, the Campaign 2 observation and projections, was when I first started following the campaigns from a financial standpoint with the ISIM-2 campaign. And initially, I got some good reaction, again, from the fan base 17. And I continued this up until the very last one that I did on 6/22/23. But as you can see, each one was getting less and less of a positive reaction from the fan base. And why is that? I started telling the truth.
Oh, Lord,
I started giving real numbers, real observations.
We call this zealotry.
Why this
campaign, am I wrong, Gray?
Wasn't performing up to ISIM-2 or to ISIM-1. I'm sorry.
You're welcome to chime in.
And
zealotry,
like
right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm not sure if it's quite that, but that seems to be what he's saying. That like, like if he says anything negative, then a group swarms
you can
him.
see that this
kind of
been
sucks.
removed from the
yeah, but it's also they're also looking at shit because, like I said, I mean,
about how I enjoy business analysis, and what better exercise to
what's the point?
To do a
like my thing is, what the point? What's the point of this? Like, why are you so invested?
See what was going on with this. And again, I'm not going to read this because that would take too long, but I'll scroll through it slowly. So in the event that you want to read it, you can pause and take a look at it.
I'm not interested, to be honest.
But I started to do a fairly in-depth analysis, again, based on the Rippaverse's own published figures from their website.
So you're basically you're putting this stuff out there that nobody asked for,
and you're giving information to people who want to attack Eric July.
Potentially, yes.
And again, I start giving my observations and start giving projections on where I think this.
Which he tells on himself again later.
And as we can see from my early campaign projections, I projected 2.93 million. And as we all know, the campaign ended up at a little over 2.35 million. So I overshot my projection initially based on the information that we had from the first campaign. And I go through some reasons and some criticisms on why this number was going to be going down. Again, I'm not going to read.
By the way, number ones don't all remember when so. Why do you think Marvel?
And at the end, I start giving
this is what
some numbers about where they were with the campaign to date, and the information that I had from the ISOM 1 campaign.
And the way you can tell he edited that.
And here were some of the initial reactions I got to this.
What is it there?
Let's look. Where he can go and look. Look, you can go look at this video yourself. They weren't overwhelmingly negative.
They weren't.
So once upon a time, as long as I was giving them the information they wanted, no one cared about these analysis and my figures, as long as they were coming across as fairly favorable. We'll continue. Here's the next update that I made, 6/14/23. Again, I'm not going to read all of this, but I'll scroll through it slowly in the event that you want to take the time to do it. And here are the numbers that I provided. And as we can see here,
they
I start
think because he brings
showing
numbers
a sharp
and data,
drop off in total
he
purchases.
is correct.
And totals compared to the same time in the other campaign. And some of the responses that I was getting.
By the way, what kind of petty ass person fucking
Here was
does
my next
this?
one. Again,
I just
same
saw the
thing.
comment
I'm
from
not
right
gonna
now.
read
Yeah.
all of this, but I'll scroll through
he
it
should
slowly.
tell him to pay his taxes on that money, since he worried about everybody else's taxes.
Yeah, the comments. I am looking at comments. I'm not ignoring them. I just haven't done. Yeah. Oh, the whole thing.
And
Tony got
some of the
like
comments here.
$1,500. What do you bet he does it?
He better.
What do you got, like 1,500? Yeah. And he's gonna say, "You jealous?" No, you gonna pay taxes on that shit.
And here's one from 6/18/23 where I start to question what I'm seeing. And I start giving some real analysis of what we're seeing and why. Again, I'm not going to read it, but I'll scroll through it. Because again, as you can see from the top, these are no longer available for you to look at yourself.
I don't care. I'm literally looking at everything else.
You're in a fan fiction. You're in a fan-made Reddit that is managed by Eric July, and you could have just gone to Eric July's house
Right.
to get your fucking count book.
To get any questions answered, but as much as you claimed.
Maybe just text them, dude. Like, what's up with your Reddit mod banning me?
Now, here's some of the comments I'm starting to get. So many words to say so little. You clearly don't follow Eric, otherwise you wouldn't have this horribly uninformed opinion about Eric or the Rippaverse. Detractors got to
So what if your
detract,
own
I
delusion
guess.
becomes you? Your delusion. This is what I think happened to him.
And I believe that's the first time I ever heard the term.
Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you look at his own tone, right? I think he slowly convinced him that this was reality. A couple of weirdos in a fandom caused him to turn on Eric.
The people coming after
Watch
me
this
now saying,
narrative.
"Hey, why are you saying this? Why do you not like Eric?" Again, just like I have for so long, I'm just presenting numbers. And the comments
he doesn't like Eric because of numbers
that I was getting from this,
that's what I'm saying. Like there is no you don't have a reason why you don't like you're literally doing the same shit that
basically, hey,
everybody else
why do you
doing.
hate Eric? Why do you hate the Rippaverse? Why are you trying to mess things up for him, etc., etc. I didn't save any of the DMs that I was getting, but I was getting them.
Oh, he was getting shitty DMs, but he never saved them.
And then
but he
here's
saves
one that I put
financial
out
number.
on 6/22/23.
That's what I'm saying.
It was the last one that I made.
If you were receiving shitty DMs, why didn't you report them to Reddit?
Exactly.
And I even
screenshots and all that shit.
Open letter to Eric July and the Rippaverse team.
I still have shit saved from fucking when we were covering Game, Gray.
I am just like, okay, this is obviously making people upset. This is not helping anybody's cause, and some people are getting up angry or whatever the case may be. And I put it out there. I said, look, these are my observations. Am I qualified to make these observations? I even give a little bit of my background as far as work history, education level, that sort of thing. I go on to talk about the fact that I was in an Ultramax stream that day, an Ultramax only stream back in the day when he did those. And I asked a pretty straightforward question, and it was just completely ignored. There was hardly anybody in that stream, mostly Rippaverse employees. And it was like he didn't want to answer the question. And it was a very straightforward question.
He doesn't have to,
just about business.
But he doesn't have to, and he doesn't have to answer.
Sucks, the book art sucks, the story sucks, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's none of your business. That's that's the unfortunate part.
Coming from a person,
it doesn't make a difference how much money you put in that. You don't have,
at this point.
You're not owed anything about business shit.
When you're starting to see, hey, why am I going to be treated this way from a person who has personally met me, spoken with me personally, understands that I want him to succeed, but just to be completely ignored and looking at this like, hey, I'm bothering you by doing this. So
I'm going to say this. I remember chats. There was a period that I watched a lot of Eric's stuff. And I still kind of do when I'm not, I can multitask. Right. Because we can all testify. Like when you do YouTube stuff or you do gaming, sometimes games don't allow you to multitask.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have a YouTube video. I would see Chris. I'm a long veteran of Eric's community. I've said this before. I just do not like Rippaverse. Not my cup of tea. But you don't see me hating on Eric. And I don't agree with Eric 100% because some of his libertarian politics are stupid.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I don't expect anybody to agree with everything. And I'm like, I said that. I'm like, so I don't know why people, like, there are certain things like I don't necessarily check into. Or like, you know what I'm saying? Or I may not have time to, or whatever. Like,
and
like
he
I said,
didn't. As I said, I'll say this unless you speak. Sorry, he did not do the whole shud like what Geeks and Gamers was doing. But
and even if he was doing what Geeks and Gamers, it like to me, like I just don't like it. Doesn't to me. It's like you can choose where you want to be, who you want to be with, or whatever. And it's like y'all do all of this shit. Like these clowns, all of them, they do this shit. Like you don't have, like I said, you don't like Eric July, then that's fine. But for you to sit here and talk about his books, and in some cases, get his wife involved. You know what I'm saying? Talk shit about his past or try to pull up old videos from his past and talk shit about, like I said, get his wife involved. Try to, and some people, like with fucking Riley's dumbass, try to go up to his place of business.
Or when someone discovered his wife. By the way, Tony and them don't talk about this. Did you know when Renown, he was doing the stream, Tony, like someone put in there an actual picture of Renown and his family?
Yeah, somebody did that, and they did, for a minute they did that thing with his parents. Yeah, like somebody made an account with his mom's picture. I reported that shit. I did that because that's clearly
was recent, wrong. And I'm like, that's creepy as shit.
Well, somebody did like a little bit before that, about a few months before that, they did. Somebody tried to make an account, a Twitter or X account with his mom's picture, Renown's mom's picture, and that got reported. I reported this shit and blocked the fuck out of it because I'm not. That's it's clearly wrong.
And I tell Renowned every time I see one of these damn alts about, so he can report it.
Yep, and as you should, because I feel like that's what, like I said, if you don't like Renown Zero, say for example, people don't like Renown Zero talking about some shit, right? Cool. They don't like the fact that they're getting monetized by Renown. Okay, that's your business.
Accounts are allowed by Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not
according to Leighton. According to Leighton, but that's
but that's not a but the do a parody account of somebody's like, y'all should have some motherfucking common sense. So, but it's okay that, in other words, it's only okay when they do it. But if I were to do shit like that, right? If I were to do it, it would be a problem.
Well, that's mean and that's over the line if you did it, but it's a joke if they do it. Exactly. It's funny.
Oh, they're laughing. Oh, Tony's audience laughs and says we don't get a humor. I don't find humor in Seagray. Tony, initially, is your first reaction when someone calls you bad at business to dig up their actual LLC?
That has nothing to do with the YouTube
that's not my first go-to. That seems like that's incredibly over the line to bring the real world into just YouTube shit. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
This is what we've been dealing with. These people are unhinged. What was the other guy?
I'm sorry. That's the kind of shit they get. I'm not trying to be funny, and this isn't a threat or nothing. But that's the kind of shit they get you. That's the shit that gets you beat the fuck up, aired out, beat up, aired out, all of the above. And if people take that as a threat or they take that as an invitation to keep doing it, well, like they say, FAFO.
Yeah.
Y'all know what that means.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't like, my thing is, I don't want it. My thing is, I don't want it to get to that point. I don't ever want it to get to that point. But if you got people like these clowns that are potentially unhinged and they have shown traits, and that's why I say these clowns are unhinged, because they've shown traits. They show traits all the time, right? About all the things that they deal with, right? They show.
Also, Tony didn't learn. He took a picture of his son's airsoft gun that looks like a sniper rifle, and he goes, "Well, I'm going to go Riley's," and he did it from when. And he goes, "Well, Riley's going to have a friend when he goes to the warehouse."
Yeah, and that's the kind of
Tony caught shit for that,
as he should have, because honestly, in the real world, that shit has consequences.
I'm a fan posted pictures of him holding one of his actual guns. It says "Guns of CG," and people called him crazy
because they are crazy. A lot of these clowns are crazy.
You're like one bad thought from a crime.
Some people are just weird. Like, honestly, like this stuff, people like, well, the internet, it's the internet. We can do what we want. Okay, sure. But people can check you on your shit too. And that's why I hate when people say, well, Eric has a thin skin or Eric can't take criticism. What criticism are you expecting to take? Your comic book sucks. That's not criticism. That's an opinion. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Oh well, you look like this. That's LG, your shirts need your color on your shirt. Like, that's not a fucking criticism. I'm at home. I'm fucking comfortable.
What did he call you? You looked like one of the characters from Recess or something initially.
Oh, what's his face from Recess?
That's a dope character. I love that.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like I ain't heard that one before. I'm like, bro, that shit's fuck. I've heard that one. I've heard Hey Arnold. I've heard all the other bullshit. I'm like y'all are retarded. Like, bro, first of all, come up with something fucking new. That's number one. That's a little minor shit. Two, these are most of the people that say the shit, they hide their face. And I don't take agency in people that do that shit.
Yeah, and Tony won't show his actual.
He won't show his face because he a little bitch. I wouldn't be surprised if he looks like the frog that he portrays on the
He
fucking
has
thing.
stubby fingers, by the way.
I wouldn't be surprised if his eyes were like spread far apart on his head, looking like the frog that the avatar that he claims to be. I wouldn't give a shit. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. But like I said, these people hide their faces because they want to be secure in their insecurities. And I know that sounds weird, but I need y'all to take the time to chop that up and think about it. These clowns are insecure, and they're comfortable in their insecurities, but they can talk about everybody else and how they look when they hide their face. I don't give a fuck. And your AI art sucks. I'm just gonna say it straight like that. They still watching this shit.
Suit yourself, right?
Yeah. I don't know what he was doing with that shit. That shit.
I have no idea. I have seen better adult 3D crap than that.
It was stupid. Like, it doesn't even look like him. Well, the AI art, it has your face on it. I'm the one that made it. Yes, I know. I did it out of respect. There's a difference.
And by the way, it's like suit yourself isn't going to show his real self. It's like when I talk to the piece on I going into woke gamer. Your average war gamer that plays 40K looks the same.
Right.
Okay. They look like neckbeards.
I believe it.
And one guy goes, "Oh, you just called me fat," is a thing.
Well, if the shoe fit, bitch.
Shoe fit.
That's I'm just saying, if the shoe fit.
Every detractor of Eric July looks the same. So
almost every, if they're either short, tall, fat, skinny, fat or skinny. You know what I'm saying? Undesirable looking, overweight, or or not in shape. Either way, they're overweight or skinny, not in shape. Right? They sound unhinged.
Like this guy, he does the sociopathic. I only care about numbers.
Well, the numbers I was just concerned about the numbers, bitch. If you were, like I said, why are you so worried about the numbers for?
And he hates being lied to.
But you can lie to everybody else. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, bro.
You know what's funny too? I should bring this up. Sorry if I can't remember the guy's name. It's like Tony immediately dug into that guy's photo and said he was a pedo. He was registered.
The Theo Lee Ronan dude. Yeah. He found his information, which
just literally dug into him.
Yeah, and
tried to never put my photo out online.
Like I don't care. Like my photo's my photo. I don't give a fuck, right? My thing is that situation. I actually, like I said, I talked to the guy and I know his situation. The situation was actually not. It was a case of the girl that he was talking to was in a place where she shouldn't have been. She was in a place where she shouldn't have been, and he didn't know. They were talking. Parents found out, and the parents pressed charges. And the law just put the hammer on them. They didn't go through the process. They just said, "Okay, well, fuck it. We're just gonna make an example out of you," which is unfortunately a common thing in today's society, especially with men.
And there's a registration of a sex offender for that. It's like C. It's not an actual like pedophile. Like,
but people don't know better, and the thing is,
they don't know the difference.
They don't, but they just see the thing, and he's a pedophile. Like, no,
he's registered. You don't know what it is.
You don't care, and you don't care to know. Like I said, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, when I first talked to the dude and I heard about it, I was a little iffy. But when I talked to him and like he told me what it was, and matter of fact, I have a video talking to the guy on my live stream.
Yes.
And we talked about it for a while, because that's when we were talking about somebody else's accusations, right? We discovered that, like, it's a thing that's wrong in society. It needs to stop.
Yeah, it actually happens. So like if a couple dates passed in high school, like I live in Texas, like parents are like weird in this place.
Especially if you're in a smaller city in Texas. Oh yeah,
so like you got the age of consent thing, but let's say there's a year apart in their dating, and like if let's say they haven't had sex yet, and the parents find out, you can have a year difference, and then you can get labeled as a sex offender, and that's probably and that can happen.
And it's unfortunate, and that's why, like I said, when it comes down to a lot of these girls right now don't get taken seriously, but that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. But I do got to get up out of here. I got to take care of a couple of things.
If you want to ever do this, it's all good, and thank you for stopping by, LG.
Not a problem.
If you have anything you need to plug or anything you wish to do, you are.
Well, I'm gonna plug me. Y'all can follow me on all my social media, 210LG, except for Instagram, 210 Law. I don't know why Instagram's still weird with that shit. But anywho, I plan on talking about, if not tonight, probably tomorrow, Strip Club Chronicles.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be an interesting episode. My members saw, I don't know. Gray, you're a member of my channel, right? Still, are you?
Yes, it might have just lapsed, but yes, I do need to renew that.
Okay, no, take your time.
Hell yeah, man. It is awesome.
Because I do have a video that I think TMS saw it. I have a video that I think TMS saw it, which is going to be one of the topics I talk about in Strip Club Chronicles, where we talk about, what to do when things happen that may be outside of your control.
I saw that. Yes, I do that.
I was actually testing out my camera too, and actually testing out some color correction skills and stuff. I think it came out pretty okay.
And actually, I do think.
Oh yeah, man, that's awesome.
By the way, I do think. Oh, before I have you, LG, question for you. Why was it when I was streaming something in OBS, I kicked over it? I'm going to ask you this, but why does the OBS bring up a browser audio?
What do you mean for what? Browser audio for your YouTube? If you bring it up YouTube?
I was in the game and it brought through the YouTube video I was watching.
Yeah, because all the audio is connected in that one browser because it's off the browser. So there's a way you can.
How do I separate? How do you separate?
Shit, I forgot how to.
Let me know about that.
If I can remember where to find it, I'll let you know, because there might be a plugin that you have to do to separate the audio.
Because I wanted to multitask and have it. I'm like, well, yes, that's dragging in my YouTube audio.
You can definitely do it. It just is a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's what it is, but I think it's, like I said, it's probably a plugin that you have to download on your computer.
That's why I messaged you the other day about.
Oh, okay, my bad. Like I said,
I was like, because I was trying to play Division and do that. I'm like, oh no, it's gonna look weird. Like when people see this, like listening to two audios, I'm just like,
right. That's how I get away with doing. Like that's where I do like my music. I put music on. Like if I'm doing, like, say when I'm streaming, right, and I put, like, let's say I'm streaming Street Fighter 6, and I turn off the music from Street Fighter 6, I put in my music or whatever music I want to put in. It's all going into through one. I haven't done the split yet. I've done literally. There's a way that you could do it on OBS itself to do different streams of audio too. I got to remember how to do it, and maybe I might do it for myself.
You got to let me too. Check and see. Let me know if you figure it out, because I need to look into it. It's like, test. It's like.
Oh, and speaking of which, NBA Takeover series, my little baby series that I'm working on, that I've been
that Tony says doesn't get any views, and it's crap.
That's fine. I mean, it's not for him.
It's not for him.
Like, oh, what I got you as a villain in my. I don't care, Tony. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's cool. I'm a villain in your story.
He says it's an extra hero.
I'm a villain in your story. You're nothing in mine. So, like, what does that tell you? But no, like that little series I have. Like I said, I have great team at you know what team you're on. Matter of fact, Gray, you're on the. I think you and Gray are on the same team right now.
Yeah.
Oh shit! All right.
It's a little NBA 2K. I've been messing with live. Like, I've just been playing the game and just going through the season and stuff like that. Because actually, like I said, I like the game. I just don't like the bullshit surrounding it. And right now 2K has gotten really lazy with the game. That's why I haven't got NBA 2K24 yet. And not to mention they haven't I think they stopped mod support. on 2K24. So I'm like, oh, I'm good. I'll pass.
Yeah, no, I catch you. Like, if you want to do this, let's try to do it. Let's make it more focused. But yeah, like, it could be funny just to see if you can just check because it's like how I don't like before you go, LG. Like, I don't like being called a liar. It's like apparently I was spurging out over Katie did when I was like calling her out. Like, she legit, your only interaction with her ever was when you told her to pipe down Wilma, and she called you a stalker.
Yeah. And that's the part that I didn't like. What the fuck? Like, I don't even know you.
And this is a narrative with her. Like any guy. And she has all these guys white knighting for her. Like there's a clip where
all
like
the guys that are supposedly masculine men white knighting for her. That's
dude,
basically that's attention. She's trying to get orbiters already. Like, how are you close to 40 or a little over 40 and still trying to have
with 2 kids.
35 with 2 kids, still trying to have orbiters. Baby, and looking the way she looks, I've seen daytime dancers that look better than her. I'm sorry.
No, you just don't label everybody as a creep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like she's even distancing herself. Like the whole thing is, I don't like it when people attack friends. May disagree, but that's like what I said about her. I go, she's going to move into Tony's orbit, become a detractor, and then she's going to branch off from there.
She's not going to get much after that. Like, and that's normally what happens, y'all. They do this detractor and shit, and a lot of that shit is not going to convert because when you do drama shit, that's flashing. That's why I try to stay away from this shit as much as possible.
She's also backing. Now she's also backing indie comics. Like Vicky asked her, did you back? How many have you not backed that's EVS or given to you? Yeah. She has no answers.
Well, now you got to back indie comics, bitch. Like, yeah, you better start doing it. Get to work. Like that's the I think, like I said, that's the problem right now.
Someone asked her as well. Someone asked her, are you just a repost channel?
Mm-hmm.
She goes, I actually back fan fiction. No, you entirely put your anime thing on hold. But I will let you go, LG, and we will.
Already.
If you ever want to, I'll give you a heads up when I do this. I mean, pretty sure this is just interesting into thoughts how people are.
Yeah, I mean, if you call it interesting, like I said, that's you. I don't. Like I said, I'm over here trying not.
Well, you make it interesting, man. It's always awesome talking to you.
See, I try.
The discussion around this is interesting. The
discussion. Yes, I will say that this discussion surrounding this and like the mentality, it does need this stuff.
This needs to be addressed. It
needs to be addressed and exposed on a level of edutainment, I guess, if you will. It does need to be broken down into, because like I said, I've dealt with people like this before. I've seen people like this before. This is exactly this line of thinking is not new. That's why I can get on Chris Bacon's ass so easy. I'd be like, hey, no, this is bullshit. I don't care about none of your, getting in there, because all they're doing is like, oh, well, if you really want to do it, you should have me on your channel to talk about it. I don't care. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not interested in your drama. I see what you put out. That shit works for people who don't know better, that think that, oh, well, I don't want to be scared of these people. I don't have to deal with you. I'm not scared of y'all. Y'all don't look intimidating.
By the way, it's not our side, like Tony, who goes immediately and takes a photo of you and doesn't realize. It's like I was talking with a creator. Like, what bothered me about Hellstorm is in the drama, he goes, people were getting onto him because he was like pussy whipped by his girlfriend, and he is, and it's destroyed his entire content, by the way. He's driven his content into the ground because it was stagnant. He was like, show your face. Someone goes, why am I going to show my face when you have weirdos that reverse image search?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's crazy.
And he's like, you're a coward. He goes, that's not real. Like, it is real.
People will do that, and that's crazy. Like I said, you can see it with. I'll use me in this example. People literally go through my shit. I've had too many people go through my old shit and try to use that as a thing. Like I said, that's why I don't take Tony seriously. The minute he went for the LLC, right? That I already knew he was bitch made. That was it. Because I'm like, no, that's I'm over here trying to have a conversation with you on why you don't like Eric July. What I said, and I still say he's bad at business because and I haven't been wrong yet. Stop me when I'm wrong, and I ain't been wrong yet. This dude is only success is coming from talking about somebody else. And not only talking about somebody else, putting shit in where it doesn't fit, mixing up narratives.
Yes, and he confuses it and then he makes it reality.
And it gets people to be upset or to get people to talk to him. Like, bitch, don't, like, that's the type of shit. Like I said, that's what women do. Women will sit up here and make up lies for you to talk to them. And then now they're like, oh, well, at least I got him to talk to me. Like, bitch, no, I don't care about talking to you. You're going to get this shit correct. That's the problem with these cats, and they don't want to correct it. And then when they get confronted, then there's like, are you threatening me? No, bitch, nobody's threatening you. Don't play victim. I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying if you do this shit to the right people in real life, that's why you hide your face, you hide your identity, you do all of this shit. Because if you do that shit in real life, that's why the drama people that do this shit, that sit up here and talk about everybody else but want to hide their name and their face, they are the most hypocritical. Because they want to sit up here and talk about everything about, oh, this is critique, when it's not even really fucking critique. What are they critiquing? Saying something sucks. Because I've said it before, this is a universe. Eric July is making a universe in real time, a comic book universe in real time.
And by the way, they tried to say, you being a black person and other, that you should not he should not get any credit. And they will not say, like, I find it interesting how these people operate. I know people don't like talking about this, but I feel this needs to be talked about. When they talk about themselves in their own words, because not enough people push them back. They can a lie can travel around the world quicker than the truth. And no one pushes back against these people. Just so. But LG, you have a good day. And try to do this. Like, we know people are dumb.
No, indeed. No, I get it. Like I said, the reason why, like I said, I don't mind standing up to these people, right? I don't. But at some point, there is no point of going back and forth with people who have already made up in their minds, right? That made up in their minds that this people. That's why I like Hold the Truth Hostage. That nigga sucks. He can't rap for shit. I've never heard somebody that raps I've heard shitty rappers that do better job than him.
He repackages stuff. I mean, literally, he's a black person he's a black guy from New Jersey who works a dead end 9 to 5.
That's probably why his life sucks. He's not even in New York, because New York is in New Jersey. They always talk about
oh no,
that New York and New Jersey rivalry. That's always funny, because every time somebody from New York talks about somebody from Jersey, I always look at them as less than. It's funny to me. It's hilarious, but
they look at but
let me get up off here, y'all. Y'all kiddies be easy. Gray, hit me up.
Peace, man. I will, dude. I need to talk to you. So hell yeah, man. I look forward to talking to you again soon.
All right, man. I know you said I know some of it might be dealing with AI. Did you get your new computer or what?
Yeah, it is not the greatest, but it's a huge step up from where I was at. So
what you get?
It's kind of a custom one, but it's an MSI kind of original thing. Like, I don't know. It's not the greatest, but it's decent.
But what did you? Okay. What are we talking about specs wise, real quick, before I head up out of here?
It would take me a second to bring everything up. I know finally I got like a 4070, so like that's way better than what I had in my shitty laptop. So that was my main issue, is the graphics card would crap out. But I don't know. It's now I can't remember everything that's in it, but it's way better. I could actually look up the specs of it when we talk next. But
yeah, do that.
The graphics card was my main hiccup. Like, just it would stop processing and just
you
like
need to just, and you can change the graphics card. It's probably
for sure, and that's actually my weakest link now, which is decent.
Good. Okay. Good. Okay. Well, let me get up out of here. I'll hit y'all up a little bit later. I'll be floating around.
All right. Oh yeah, man.
Yes. Yeah, it's just us two.
Said, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to be respectful. Apparently, it's not appreciated. I'm just going to stop.
So you delve more.
I kind of give at the end here. My observations were never meant to be disrespectful. All posts have been 100% factual, based on real data and information available to anyone. I reiterate that I was Eric's single largest donor. Perhaps I still may hold that title. Perhaps I don't. Obviously have an Ultramac membership. You know, I think maybe if I've made any mistakes in my
but you still stop
communication, it's been
Eric's
trying
channel.
to show people, hey, this is my standpoint, these are my thought processes, and this is how I came to it. Instead of just saying, you know what, I can't try to impress stupid. Why the fuck am I even trying? But
his greatest mistake was explaining it to the morons.
Polite, and I ended it.
Isn't that what all smart people say?
Like, and I wish you all the best.
Dane acts like the smartest man
there
in the room.
It was. And some of the comments, a couple of them, with one ending, obvious troll is obvious. So I'm trolling. Despite all of the information that I've revealed, despite all of the projections and information I've given based on the Rippaverse's own numbers, I am a detractor and I am a troll. So I stopped doing it
because you're making points.
Really stopped caring for
from detractors.
Until Alpha Core came around, I said, you know what? I'm going to do this again. I'm going to follow this and see what's up. So let's go to here. And again, these were readily available on the Rippaverse Reddit post. And I go into this particular diatribe about the Rippaverse and the Alpha Core campaign. And again, this isn't available, so I'll scroll through this slowly in the event that anybody wants to take the time to read it. Here it is.
Oh no, they're reprinting talismans.
And because you can't click on the links, you can read it yourself, but I'll just give a quick blurb about this. This was where I talked about how the Rippaverse has gotten to where it is, how ISOM 1 was kind of a phenomenon, so to say, how it was portrayed by the media, talk about ISOM 2, and we start getting into ISOM 1, or I'm sorry, Alpha Core 1. And just starting to outline some of the things that had happened between ISOM 2 and Alpha Core. And some of the observations that I had made, because as I said, I stopped following this in the middle of the ISOM 2 campaign. Well, not really the middle, but at the beginning. But I was able to keep figures after that. I just didn't post them. But I kind of run down the quick list of things that I observed. And again, all of this under the guise of how is this going to affect business? What has he done in the last few months that could have affected this campaign? And again, some of the highlights and things that we all know. And at the time, I didn't know much about these. These were just things that I researched and looked into.
Yeah.
I talk about the fact that I went looking for haters when I was looking into the Alpha Core 1 campaign and trying to figure this out. I mentioned going on the Geek Getaway, talking with Tony, I was very transparent. I even posted the link to the stream that I was on so anybody could see my thoughts and what I spoke with Tony about. And just said, hey, this is where we are. This is how it's going to be. And again, at the very end, I said, I am and remain a supporter of Eric July, but I am unbiased and call things the way I see them and will always remain objective. I wish the Rippaverse the best now and in the future.
Yes.
And some of the comments. Because apparently the Rippaverse fans are mentally retarded. Again, you comments like TLDR. And if this is too long for people, I don't really know what to say about all that. My definition of success is flawed. These impossible hypotheticals need to stop. I mean, you can read them. It's about what you'd expect. Oh, look, a concerned troll with nothing to do in 2 months' time on their
Have we not heard this before, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard it before, but I don't know. This is all kind of new to me. I didn't really know much of his backstory other than he used to support. Now he doesn't.
You get the idea.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting, I guess.
And it just goes on and on and on.
So what would you do in this scenario?
I don't know. I don't feel like
one thing
first
I'll
off,
say
I'm not
about
really a
this
Reddit
particular
guy,
post,
so
and the only reason
I don't know. But
that it had
if I
the
wasn't
9
a
upvotes
seat,
that
I'm not
it
sure
did,
exactly what I do. I guess just not post everything. Just kind of leave silently if I don't like it.
Leave silently and forget. Just move along.
This had almost 10,000 total views. Who was looking at it? I don't know, but the number of shares were up there. And I think it's safe to say this is the...
So when he decided to get involved in Tony's stuff, right? Now, this is the weird part. He started getting a lot of eyes on himself. Does that make sense?
He kind of did try to get a spotlight, if you will. And that is kind of how this Reddit posting thing seems to me too. But
do you see how this is evolving? Like, he didn't realize he stumbled into a whole thing.
Most read thing that has ever shown up in the Rippaverse subreddit. And I started to see after I posted this, and the days after I posted this, the information that I was presenting was starting to get referenced by others, which, I found fascinating. This was just my observations, but that's the only reason that it got the 9 upvotes that it did. As you can see, the upvote rate was 59%. And it was about,
he cares about Reddit numbers.
60-40.
This is his
but there
first
were a number
mistake.
of people who saw this, and
we all know how Reddit
okay,
subcommunities
I'm not saying
are.
anything that's untrue, and that's the only reason that it got the total count that it did, because an overwhelming number of people saw this and read it, and showed a little bit of support versus the people who had not. This figure of 9.6 thousand is what it was at about the 45-day mark, and after the 45-day mark, Reddit stops tracking total views. So I don't know where it actually ended up, but it was sizable at the time. So kind of like my last im3xo post, the haters came out in mass. My DMs were flooded with some of the most outlandish shit I had ever read. Again, concerned troll, hater, detractor. Why are you trying to fuck with shit? Why are you trying to cause drama? Blah, 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 blah. So I made my biggest mistake, and I think really my only mistake, because I was new to this.
Biggest mistake was getting involved
really
with Tony.
By the backlash, because I'm thinking to myself, I'm presenting numbers. I'm giving an academic approach to these figures, and
he's an academic
over the course of several months how he's interacted with other people.
I feel like this is almost on the whole thing of Vosh trying to explain
what could be so
away
horribly
his
offensive.
Lolly fetish.
This was well before now, where I knew that the people who
not
were
as bad though
Eric July supporters were nothing more than a cult. And I replied to these people. I should have never have done that. But let's visit that. So as we can see here, I started this
but
off,
we're
and because
part of
this
a
is
cult,
relatively
though.
short, I'm going to read this. Dear trolls, I can see from the reactions that I have received to my initial alpha core analysis and my appearances
and
on
is
the
that
Geek
not
Getaway
baiting?
stream, that you are none too happy with both numbers and my thoughts about those numbers and how and why they are what they are. I made the point to go on camera on stream today so any of my haters and detractors can know I am certainly not hiding from anyone and will own anything I write or say. And that remains true to this day, of course. There are, in fact, people in this world, perhaps you have met some, who are not emotionally driven and who are capable of being objective. Perhaps you could even grasp the concept that someone can be a supporter of an individual.
He tried to appeal to Dane as a beacon of intelligence. Great.
Yeah, I mean, he might be able to like suck you in as like a pseudo Vosh character, but I don't know. One would hope that you could see like his, fakeness or whatever. But I don't know. It just kind of
bugs me. He said Dane was intelligent and a good person.
I think you could fool somebody. I think Dane could fool somebody. But I don't know what Chris is saying. Like his first mistake was thinking that he could actually present these pearls before the swine. That really sucks. And now he's saying that his only real mistake was actually responding to it. But he's being pretty condescending in there, and he keeps referring to it as a cult while he's describing this. I don't know. It is a subreddit for a fandom. Like it does seem kind of weird.
Is what he did.
I don't know. It just seems like that would come with the territory. If you're in a fan group and you're, smack talking it, they're probably going to, downvote you and smack talk you back. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's Reddit. Just saying.
Who you genuinely want to see do well and still question their business decisions and actions that affect that business. Again, I've always looked at this primarily from a business standpoint. That is not something that is mutually
But he says he understands emotional intelligence. Tony never uses
actual receipts of my prior support, but I'm sure they are photoshopped. And let's click on those. Because for me, credibility is important. Maybe it's not important to others, but if I'm going to say something, again, about anybody or about myself or make a claim, I want to be able to back it up 100%.
I respect that.
So when I claim to be an Eric July supporter financially and one of the largest ones, I meant it. Here are some of the donations that I made to him, and these weren't super chats, these were direct donations. Google wasn't getting any of this. And there are some large sums of cash in here. And there they are. That's page 1. Page 2 are the UltraMac memberships that I paid before I stopped doing that.
5.
Now, if you would get ahead of me and start reading, this was my baptism into becoming a detractor. This particular letter and the next paragraph that I made. Because at this point, if this is what I'm going to be labeled, I've got 2 choices. I can cower and run away and stop making my observations or voicing my views, or I can just own this shit and say,
or just walk away because you
want me to be a detractor?
That was never an option.
Let me not disappoint you.
Be a rational human being.
Now that I have felt the wrath of the unhinged, I must say that I have found it amusing, and any further post or stream appearances will be made remaining unbiased But it gives me great satisfaction as a new form of entertainment to see your reactions, as thoughtless and unsupported as they may be. I can see from the reactions in various places that I received to my initial Alpha Core analysis and my appearance on the Geek Getaway stream that you are none too happy with both the numbers and my thoughts about those numbers. Going forward, I will post the
because
Alpha
you
Core
walk
figures on a
into
daily
one of the
basis
biggest
without
Eric July
further
haters,
comment.
and you want
I will
sympathy
look to
from
the downvotes
Eric's
and
community.
hate comments on numbers and spreadsheet formulas. Since many of you are clearly better at business and statistical analysis than I am, I look forward to any of your takes and interpretations, as they will certainly be well thought-provoking.
And by the way, he gets no
And I
traction
again
on his own subreddit.
the numbers on where we were at the time.
But he gets
and of course, the comments commence. I'm not going to read these, but I'll scroll through them slowly. So if you want to stop, you're certainly able to. But here's some of my favorites. LOL, go away, you concerned troll. Laughing my ass off. Seriously, log off and get help. You are seriously deranged and delusional. You need to be kept away from other people.
What have we said about terminally online people?
TLDR. Dude continues to post long and super creepy quote-unquote business analysis about a business he has no connection with or connection to and has no idea about. It goes on, on, and on, and on, and on. So as you can see, when you start giving a cult any information that they don't like, they will come at you. They will come at you hard. And they will say the dumbest shit.
I don't know. Is it just a cult because it's Reddit? Because I think that happens anytime on Reddit.
It's Reddit, but there's also toxic parts of fandom. Am I wrong? Great. You muted yourself. We cannot hear it. I'm not wrong, am I? Is this Reddit at this point?
Sorry, my dog was barking, so I was trying to get him to stop. No, I don't think you're wrong. It does seem to be Reddit, and you're right. Like, that is kind of an aspect of toxic fandom. You know, it's sad, but people want to do the whole team sports thing. And Reddit is it kind of to the extreme. I know anytime I've asked like a question there, I've kind of gotten dogpiled. It's not exactly where you go for like useful help, but I don't know. It's kind of fun to read some of the posts sometimes, but I don't know if anyone takes Reddit seriously, and it seems like he was trying to, which is fun, I guess. It just seems like a mismatch of intention.
True. You remember what I said earlier? He takes Reddit too literally.
Post in hindsight was a mistake because I fed these people. That would never happen again. This mistake will never be repeated. Now, of course, I do this for my own entertainment. And I've been doing it for my own entertainment for the last few months. And as you can see, as we go up, and again, this is from my profile status because a lot of these aren't available anymore. I start making posts every day about the status of the campaign. Until this happens. Day 22 was the last day I was able to post on the Riververse forums. And again, I will not be silenced. I will continue my work. I will continue detracting. And 2 months ago, Rippaverse Detractors was born. And you can see where we are today. The members count is at 68, and that's fine because the views that these things get on a daily basis are well in excess of 68 people.
That's because of your subject matter.
And because I am a detractor, 1 month ago, I posted my Eric July ban and added myself to the actually block list. And how did I get there? This was during the Immortal Rising Comics situation where I replied to Immortal Comics, instead of giving back his $700, he should give it to the Good Shepherd Ministry. And Eric July, or his handler, did not appreciate
How are you coming
that.
along on that?
And that is
lawsuit
what earned
thing?
me my
You're
spot
supposed to
on the
on
actual
that,
block.
you horrible person.
And again, even from my little corner of the Reddit sphere, my expose about the Saskas, who I'll take some credit in getting the ball rolling and exposing on that, from a channel with only 68 people who are, I guess, subscribed to it. Over 2,000 people saw this. And in response, the Rippaverse Transition Guide, 1.7 thousand people saw that. So I've had really good opportunities with my subreddit, and knowing that it's reaching the people who it needs to see, or who need to see it or want to see it, despite the fact that the, again, joined count is as low as it is. So because I'm able to see these numbers
Doesn't he
and know
sound
I'm
like
just not
Dane?
talking to myself, that's always a good time. And everything that you're seeing on the screen is readily available and uncensored, as this is all hosted on Rippaverse Detractors. And as you can see, I faithfully kept this in place and have posted to it fairly regularly. The Ripper Supports Debauchery count is the video and the interview with the Saskas and the Lucifer Valentine about the sick fucking shit about that regurgitated movie. And I will continue to post that on a daily basis to remind anyone who wants to see it what kind of sick fucking people Eric July has hired. But again,
I don't know. That's kind of shitty. Like, is he going after like Disney, or is he going after DC for James Gunn? Like, he did one that was pretty incest filled called Tromeo and Juliet. I don't know. I think it's, it's art. It's something that was of the time, and they meant it to be what it is. But that doesn't mean that that's who they are. Like, any other director, it's like, yeah, they've made a film, but that's not necessarily who they are.
Do you think the Hostel directors meant to create a torture porn film?
I think he definitely fed into that in the second one. I don't think the first one was meant to be that, but yeah, he definitely fed into it. I think he believes it's torture porn, but
you can't tell me it's not. It's good. Feedback, by the way.
Which I dig Eli Roth.
I'm really happy with this, and I'm glad people appreciate it and like it and reference it whenever it is that they do. Now, going back a couple of months, this is where I completely fell off the Rippaverse train. Again, as I've demonstrated,
you weren't off of it before now?
Throughout my following of Eric July and the Rippaverse, it has been primarily from a business standpoint and the things that he's done to affect business. The first time that I started kind of seeing Eric for maybe who he was when I think a lot of people did who don't follow necessarily the comic space itself too closely, and that was the video that he made about the im3xo ministry. And basically referring to them as fake Christians to fight the fact that he has said, that's not what I said, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is. You insinuated it. No one's stupid. Everybody can see exactly what you did.
So is calling someone a fake Christian or not a real Christian demeaning, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's meant to be. Like, you wouldn't say that unless you're kind of trying to say,
by the way, your volume,
you're not living up to. Cool. So that would be like saying, like, you're not living up to your values. No way is that meant to be a compliment. So yeah, I'd say it was a dig at them, but is suing somebody for having a comic book of a similar name all that Christianly? Is that neighborly? I don't know. It seems interesting. I can understand both sides.
This was his breaking point, apparently. Just saying.
But I kind of gave him a pass and said, okay, I understand you're getting sued. That's probably rough, but I get it. Even though I also am on the record in the initial Alpha Corp post saying, yeah, I would have sued him for slander as well, because what he said was completely out of line. But because, again, I'm focused on the business aspect, this is where I lost respect for Eric July. 2 months ago, when I found out that he had straight up lied to the customers about product availability. And this is what really set me off. And of course, if I'm going to accuse anybody of anything, I'm going to make sure that I can prove it. And this is all, of course, available, so I don't need to click on any links. This is, again, all on Rippaverse Detractors. You can find all of this yourself. But I go through in depth about what he said he was going to do during the earlier campaigns and what was going to be available and when. And he went back on his word on that. Why, I don't know. But this is where I lost respect for Eric July. Because anybody who's willing to lie to their customers to make money does not deserve your respect in any way, shape, or form.
I could agree
Even
with
though,
that.
of course, people will continually make excuses for them, these are not rational people. These are cultists, and they're morons.
Well, it does seem like he would be dead set in his way that he is the only one who can, ever change his mind like he did on Eric July.
Them to
But
their word,
they can't change their
or has
business
any
model.
ethics with business whatsoever would not have done
yes
what he did in regards to this product availability. And unfortunately, this isn't the only. There's another post I made from 25 days ago where I called him out again for the CGC signature series. Again, this is all readily available and you can click on it. But of course, I brought receipts to every accusation that I made. And you can see it for yourself if you so choose to do so. But again, a person who is showing no morals, no ethics, and lying to his customers for the sake of making a dollar. I find this sickening. I find it repulsive. And anybody who can make excuses for this is just an idiot. I put out another post.
So
this is kind of in between the
opposition.
two that I showed you, but here's another example where I talk about Eric July continuing to lie. And as a labeled detractor and a hater, it's my duty to expose. Again, this is a form of entertainment for me, and I do enjoy it. I'm not going to lie about it.
Is that not telling on yourself?
He's getting a little bit of attention, and I don't know. That seems to. It does seem like a tell, but it seems like he's enjoying it. I don't know, man. It just seems weird. I just wouldn't want to switch sides. I think it would make me address more of my tribe.
It'd be like you
why
switching.
I joined the tribe.
It'd be like you getting weird, or like you abandon us and you go join Dane.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't know. I just can't see. Even if I, didn't like, say an organization I'm in, I can't see being anti the organization. It's like, I don't know. Why not just leave and just be not for me? But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Also, hypothetically, right? If it was bound to fail, wouldn't it fail? Great. But yeah, if it was bound to fail.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it does seem like it would if it is bound to. Sorry, dogs again. They just won't stop barking. I think the mailman's here. But yeah, it is kind of fair enough. I think I would just let them fail. I have worked at a couple of companies. I saw that they were horribly mismanaged. I don't think it's my job to go to social media and just keep posting how horrible the company is. I kind of just was like, yeah, I got suckered in. Like, they lured me in under false pretenses, and they're probably going to go bankrupt in the next few years. Sucks to be them. I don't know. I just don't feel like posting about it. Even now, like, I don't feel like saying the name of the company, even though I don't have a fond memory of working for them. I don't know. It just seems odd to me. But I don't know. Maybe he feels different because he thought it was, I don't know. He was making donations, so maybe he thought he was more a part of this organization, but perhaps I'm wrong.
I could see that.
But again, here's some more examples of things that he said that he's lied about for whatever reason. And of course, I bring the receipts every single time. Read it for yourself if you want to. So again, whether it's lying to customers about product availability, whether it's just lying about statements in general, whether it's lying or spinning about things that he said, for example, about the ISOM ministry or whatever the case may be, he's just, at this point, he's a liar. It's just that simple. And it's impossible to defend someone who is on the record lying, and lying. And someone who has done things to mislead his fans and the people who supported him. Which, of course, brings...
If something is... Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't the old adage, like we saw with the Fandom Initiative? If it was built on a foundation of lies, wouldn't those lies make it come crumbling down in a section?
Some lies are stronger than others, but yes, I think that would be what would happen. You definitely have faults.
You would have a crumbling, right?
I would think so. It wouldn't make the strongest foundation.
And he's a principled human being. This is why when I actually tried to have an honest conversation with him at one point, I thought he was dumb. I'm like, do you do this?
I honestly don't know much about him. I just know the rumors that, he was an avid supporter and now he's kind of the biggest detractor.
You see why I pulled this video, right?
Yeah, it is interesting. Like, I don't think I'd actually seen him before. So that's not what I pictured from a detractor who lives near him. But interesting. And then, when his kind of proof for it. And granted, I didn't go through and look at every single one of those posts and every single one of the comments or anything like that. I believe him that he got hate comments, and it did seem like, he was being dogpiled. Sadly, that probably is what happened on Reddit. That's kind of what Reddit does. It sucks. Yeah, I can kind of empathize
Reddit
with
is a
him.
vile place, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely kind of empathize with him that, if he starts posting against something in a thing and he gets dogpiled, like, that's going to feel like shit for sure. And I could empathize that that's why he's thinking it's a cult, but yeah,
well,
Vincent brings up that's what the internet does. He's not wrong. I think Reddit is a very distilled part of it that just is super tribal.
And subreddits are controlled by sometimes corrupt moderators.
For sure. I definitely agree with that, man. But I kind of empathize with him. Like, it would be a poor experience, especially if you thought, like, hey, but you guys should be listening to me. Like, I'm a bigger part of this. I could definitely understand doubling down and then tripling down. I don't know. I just don't understand the whole jumping from one side to the other. I just can't imagine switching teams. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I think I would just walk away feeling deflated that I joined a team that I...
What did I say? I've walked away from Hellstorm Wargaming. I haven't looked back at his channel. I said his channel's bound to fail. I did my stuff on it. And I haven't been wrong. His community is stagnant.
There's definitely been a bunch of online communities that I was a part of that I've kind of left. I don't feel any reason to trash those or anything like that. But again, I don't feel super wronged by it. Where I have is like past employers, but I don't feel like dragging them on the internet or anything like that. I don't know.
That also is going to look very poorly on you in when people look up your social media. So, that's why I pulled this. He tells on himself, and he thinks he's right.
Brings me to the Saska sisters and how he went completely off the rails.
Okay. So, you don't know who the Saska sisters are. They did some weird stuff in films. They were Satanists before, then they became Christians. Do you fault them for that?
No, like I've worked on a few films, and I don't know, like we did dark things because we thought that we could actually film like effects or whatever. Also, I've worked on like really horrible horror movies with just bad scripts, but like kind of trauma level shit where it's meant to shock. I'm sorry, my dog just keeps making noise in the background. It's meant to kind of shock, and that's part of the thing with horror. It is kind of leading to shockingness. So I don't know if they are later to Christendom or whatever it would be. Good for them. I'm glad they found something like that, but I don't think you need to be satanic to enjoy that type of horror or gore, or violence, or shock. I don't know. I never joined that team, and I enjoyed all that stuff.
Vincent, you're awful. Vincent, you are horrible. You are. Yes, you do. You know some of these people I know. It's awful.
As I showed you guys a little bit earlier about the stat count when I was showing, why I do Rippaverse detractors and the people who do read it and the audience that I do get, again, other than the fact that there's only 68 members, word gets out. And I was able to expose some of the things that had happened with these particular ladies again. And here's the post that kind of, I believe, sparked this because...
Oh, the big thing against them, Gray, is they posted like a creepy video of them creeping up in like a black van, like a kidnap van, and making weird posts as part of a promo for a film.
Yeah, and supposedly they actually filmed the kid. That's weird to me, but I don't know. Like anyone who's had a van has had like, those jokes kind of lobbed at them. Like, I don't know. At least in my upbringing, like anyone in any part of my friend group or tangentially, people would make those types of jokes that they chose that type of car or whatever. Like it's kind of a trope, it is the go-to to make fun of somebody in a van or to talk about a van. So I don't know. It doesn't seem super original. The part that's a little weird is actually like filming a kid. Like, I don't know. That seems a little weird to me, but
I agree.
Whatever.
That is weird. I agree. But now here's the thing that's I've said to them. I've said to those two. If they were legit criminals, I want them punished. Right?
I mean, that makes sense. Like, obviously nobody wants any harm to
also,
come to the kid.
Eric has
hopefully that video wouldn't be harm.
Actually, Eric also has them as contractors. And I can rest assured, right, that they're not going. So the whole thing, right, is Rippaverse is going to get woke, right, because of this. No, I have firm belief Eric's Rippaverse will remain pure. I could be wrong, but the idea is Eric has firm control over what's put into his comic. The artist doesn't have that 100% control. Am I wrong in saying that? Or because you see what I see in Eric. Eric is not beyond that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess it would depend on each like individual part of it, but yeah, no, I understand what you're talking about.
A month ago, when I put this out, there were only a couple of posts out there. One was from an account on Twitter called Rippaverse is Woke. Richard Embry is on the record saying that he thinks, Yaira is going to be woke because of the sausage.
Him and Black
so that
Angus
gave me a
thought
deep
it was
dive
going
into
to be.
that. And my initial post, again, was from a business standpoint. What's going to happen here because of these folks? And we all know that Eric July is on the record about SJWs, the LGBTQ community, feminist, and how they're ruining comics. And I just said, what's this going to do? And here's the information that's here. Again, all of this stuff is readily available. A lot of it's been read. A lot of it's been seen. I even did, the analysis that I typically do as far as looking into their past projects and seeing what type of impact it may have on business. And this at the time was very high level because it was mostly just from a social justice standpoint.
No.
And
by the way, do you remember Tony and them making Puritan jokes about looking at other men as comfortable? And then at one point, making fun of someone actually asked them, and all these others were creeped out. He goes, Tony, why are you looking at another man's nipples or areolas?
I don't remember that. I
told you never heard that. Like, you remember how they were talking about the subtle homo stuff, right?
Oh yeah, and they also implied that with Renown saying like, okay, and what's his name? Like meaning the girl. So I don't know. They seem a bit preoccupied and uncomfortable with that whole thing, but fair enough.
You see what I mean? And then they're pulling their moral woke card, their morality card on the Saska sisters. And he's not the only one doing it, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Weird thing to crutch your pearls over. But it's all done in humor.
And saying, hey, these are some of the things that they're putting out. These are some of their past tweets. These are some of their past postings. The cartoon about the Deadpool chasing down the transgender shapeshifter person or whatever. And some of their Me Too comments, things of that nature. And how that would affect business. At the time, I hadn't done a deep dive into some of their other projects. Again, this was strictly from an SJW standpoint to show that Eric July has let these people into his place of business, and how will his fans respond to that? How will their fans respond to this? Their fans being the Saska fans and whatnot. So I looked into that. And even after that, to show my solidarity with the Rippaverse fan base, I took it upon myself to say, you know what, cultists are going to cult. And it is up to me to help these people through. So I wrote the Rippaverse fan base to the Rippaverse fan base.
It's up to him to save them.
Welcome to your transition.
Oh, he's converting them all.
I said it's a zealotry thing. I'm sure Vincent sees it. What is it like, Dane? I'm going to talk about the other ones.
All right, I see a lot more of the zealotry now that he's kind of said this part that it's like, it's my job to, save all of them. Fair enough. Before, when he was just kind of giving the pearls before swine argument, it's like a lot of people.
Yeah, you see the zealotry thing.
Yeah, this does seem a little over the top.
I have seen enough of him over the last few. Now you see why I say this.
Everything you need to know to embrace the Saskas, Yaira.
God sent me here to convert you and save you.
It's the right thing to do. And I go through the different steps that these people are going to have to deal with in order to accept these people for who they are. I referenced a Saska fan who said that they've joined a hate group. That's terrible. And all of these things. And this guy we're going to call Sturgis. I used him as an example. And then I posted all of these.
Who's Sturgis?
Well, it's a shitty way of trying to belittle somebody.
I know.
You know,
I
if you
know.
just use an insult instead of their actual name,
Oh, by the way,
you know, you don't have to actually explain anything about them.
By the way, they stole that from the drunken peasants community. Okay, I'm sure Vincent knows about the drunken peasants and loves them.
They've entertained me before. I haven't been impressed as of late.
True. It's depressing, isn't it? But you see what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't say anything new. He comes across as base and dry as he does in, like, posts and videos. And he gets butthurt real easy.
Video links of Eric July and the people he associates with, such as Nerdrotic, Ryan Kennel, Jeremy.
Let's establish something. What have we said about guilt by association?
Not a fan?
Mm-hmm. Just because one of your friends, you find out one of your friends is a pedophile or done something pedophilic, does that make you a pedophile? No.
Hell no.
Disavow. Do you think because we work together or Eric works with Geeks and Gamers in loose association, he believes in them 100%?
Well, I didn't think so, but then I found out that he worked for the Blaze, so I don't know. Anything's possible now. No, I really hate the whole guilt by association thing. You know, I think you can agree with somebody on something and find a mutual bonding point. That doesn't mean that you agree with them on everything. Like, that's just stupid.
That's like saying all F and T is the same. Yeah. And this is the argument he's making. You hear it, right? Guilt by association. Just because he works for the Blaze, he's a zealot or he is whatever.
Griggs, aka Day Cobra, and Heels versus Babyface as the examples of their Blaze.
By the way, major YouTubers work together all the time. So let me give you an idea. Okay, we met through working and going over Dane's stuff, right? Just mutual. We worked together and we stayed friends, right? As and Gary just instantly bonded over what is it? When you bag and board comics, and they started a little podcast. Does that make them villains in crime? They bonded over a hobby.
Seems perfectly reasonable to me, but I don't know. I suppose I could be wrong. This guy has all the facts on his side. He always brings the evidence, you know. I don't know.
Weird people.
Blatant hypocrisy and why they are defending these people. And because, of course, I brought receipts for every single thing. So, yeah, I did my part in exposing these ladies, and I'm glad I did because, again, after this stuff was released, people started deep diving these ladies. And we started finding out some real fucking sick shit about these ladies.
But is it going to
be? Again, here's some other posts that I made about this. And as you can see, there are people who came in here and did not appreciate the research. But the link here is to a tweet that Vito did where the Saska sisters are making out with each other. And, of course,
Vito's not a good source. The man gets paid for Twitter.
He's got a reputation for doing a lot worse to his own pets. So I don't know.
No. No, awful. Oh yeah, him and Riley got into it apparently recently. That's why that was on the other 5 hour part of that 5 hour shit the other day.
The one that set me off on a diatribe in a video of its own, the rape van post. And I said all of this about the Saska sisters to say this because this has been shared ad nauseum by me in particular and others, and will continue to be shared.
I bring this up because I have shared it ad nauseum.
Reaction to this, we all seen it.
I love these.
We
people.
saw the post that he made about his continued support for these ladies, that he wasn't going to address it again. Then he made the video about it, the infamous "My Apologies" video.
It just seems like a shitty joke, a trope.
These women who are questionable, to say the least.
So you're going to pick apart his comic, a person who's an artist, because they did this to Chuck Dixon. They've done this to Mike Barron. And they've done this to every single artist that has worked on the Rippaverse. Do you remember when Dane went after Chuck Dixon?
Yeah, I seem to remember quite a few accusations being lobbed at him. Which law is it where you invoke Nazis? Anyway, it seemed to be very much... a character assassination without any real depth, kind of like what's going on with this as well. It's like, yes, there was...
Your politics are going to make the product woke or damage it. Right?
Unfortunately, I guess if you don't believe the correct side, then yeah, you're now the most evil you could be. I don't know. I'm not sure if it is like a political thing with Chris Bacon. It seems like he was accepting of like the whole libertarian thing. So I don't know. It seems to be a business thing for him, but it seems to be just as ideological. Like, I don't know. He has just completely flipped teams and is just going as hard as he can against the guy that he was supporting as hard as he can. I don't know. I guess I just don't understand that mindset. I've been definitely wronged. I just never thought like, now I need to take down this corporation. But I don't know. Maybe that's a me problem.
See, this is why I like having a friend through this journey. So me and LG and Renowned are crazy.
And in every way that he used to hate, and in every way most people who aren't complete deviants would at least not appreciate. I won't say hate, but I will say that reasonable people, actions that most people would find questionable, immoral, and sick.
Take umbrage to that. I think I understand what they were doing in their art, and I'm not a complete deviant.
Documentary.
I had to take a test recently, and apparently I'm very vanilla. I don't think I'm deviant. Okay.
No, you all took a kink test, including Vincent, and you got proven
outspoken
impure
against Eric July today. Hopefully, this will put any questions to rest about how people become detractors. Again, this is my personal story. I speak for no one else in their journey, whether it's them being customers and ending up getting blocked, whether it's the fans coming after them and not wanting to say anything or whatever.
I was thinking of saying
But I've shown you through my Reddit postings and the personal stories that I've given you what that's looked like. I've shown every receipt, literally and figuratively, about how I once supported this man, that I wanted to see him do great things, and the fact that his own actions, not anything that I've conjured up or anyone else has conjured up, has led me to the place that I am today. So anybody...
By the way, a lot of innocent people get converted into supporting ISIS and the Taliban. They call it self-radicalization. Am I wrong?
No, there definitely are a lot of people who get kind of taken into like an organization or a cult, or out of spite they kind of join another organization. I don't know. I hope he's being honest with everything that he's saying. But even then, I don't know. I hope he's able to kind of see the way out of it. I think he's switched one cult for another, so to speak, and. I don't know, man. You don't have to play team games. But again, maybe I'm one of those dirty fence sitters. I don't know.
It's true. You're a dirty enlightened centrist. No, but seriously, self-radicalization is a thing. Like we saw it with Dane. Correct me if I'm wrong. He believes in one conspiracy theory, and then goes into another, and then goes into another, and then he convinces it's real. Just saying.
Who can look at this situation objectively, can say, I might not agree with him. I still like Eric. I'm still going to support his books, but I can certainly see why you will not. And I can certainly see why you won't support this guy. He's a liar. And he's an apologist for some of the most sick and immoral shit you'll ever see. And again, if he didn't say previously that he was staunchly against this, that this is what he wanted to change, that this is what he wanted to get
He's a hypocrite
away from in the comic book industry in that space, and if he wasn't a self-proclaimed man of God, he would get a complete pass from me because I wouldn't care. But I hate hypocrisy and I hate liars, and he's both. So now you've got an idea of how I got to where I am today.
It's weird. Like he doesn't seem to be coming at it like politically like a lot of the other detractors, but just somehow he sees hypocrisy and that's like his
never look
line.
at it again. But I'll look at them, and if anybody has any questions, I'll also link this on Twitter. So if you want to reply there, I'll answer any additional questions that you may have about my perspective. That's all I got. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is kind of awesome of him to actually like put everything out there. I mean, like he was doing it before, but clearly this is going to have a little bit more traction than like 68 people. And granted, that's just the subs on his Reddit, where it was getting to like thousands. He was saying. That being said, it still seems like he's ideologically captured. Like, I don't know, this person. I guess it's not exactly standards. Obviously, it's good to have standards. Like, he doesn't live up to my standard. I feel like he's being hypocritical. I don't know. I don't see that as a reason to be, like, the number one detractor. But I guess if that's his line in the sand, like, ideologically, he has to live up to this. He hasn't, so now I'm going after him. I don't know. I guess I don't get it, but I guess it makes sense why he would be stuck in that way. I also hate hypocrisy. That was one of the reasons why, like a previous employer, I thought it was very hypocritical what they were saying and then the way that they were treating us. So I don't know. I definitely had a bad taste in my mouth and don't like that place. But again, I don't have the urge to just get on any sort of public, I don't know, social media and just really trash them. I feel like, okay, I was duped into it. Like, you fool me once, shame on me, or shame on you. I forget how the saying goes, fool but once, shame on anyway, yeah, exactly. Fool me twice, shame on me. I remember. Anyway, fair enough. They fooled me. I bought it. I didn't get what I was promised, and I do feel lied to. So I get that. I definitely feel scorned, but I can't get on board being anti that company now. Maybe it's different because he felt like he was a part of something, not just a company. I mean, I guess I had shares, but I didn't really feel like part of it. I just thought I was being a cog in the wheel, but maybe he thought he was more than that. I could definitely understand the scorn, just not joining the opposite team, but it was really interesting. I would like to go back and see some of his numbers and everything. But I don't know, because I hadn't heard kind of arguments that it is the numbers are what is hypocritical. It was just kind of like he says he's of values, but then he said that they're not living up to their values.
He hired
they're not mutually
He
exclusive.
hired the Saska sisters.
They have a past and they're not pure. It's like, yeah, so if you dig into my past, you'll find a bunch of shit I'm ashamed of. Like, I don't know their feeling on it, but yeah, I mean, like, if you looked at some of the student films I did the audio for, hopefully they're not able to be found, but they were horrible scripts, man. Like, there's no way I'd condone the shit that they put in there, but it's like, hey, I get to work on a horror flick? Yeah, let's make a horror short. That sounds great. I don't know, man. I gotta say, like, I don't think that's this big thing, but I guess that's also hypocrisy in his eyes. He says he's a man of God, but he's working with people that aren't. I don't know. Again, I don't see the guilt with association. Like, okay, yes, I can deal with people who don't have the same beliefs as me. I don't know. It doesn't seem that hard. Like, me and you, we don't agree on everything. You know, you find me one of those dirty centrists, as you call me. I view myself as, you know, unaffiliated.
You know what?
Fair enough.
I
I'm not
joke
taking a side.
about it. See, we're not an echo chamber. People think we're an echo chamber. I don't understand. Like, I mean, as you can see, great. We disagree, right?
On quite a few things. But you know what? I think that's just fine. It doesn't make me on anti-Tiamat side or anti-D-Lord. You know, I think we have many things that we can bond over, and you know, why not accept that? It's kind of what that other group that you're talking about, like thinkers, like a lot of those guys I disagree with on a lot of, like, every topic we bring up. But I don't know. You can still do that without being like the anti whoever team. You can just kind of disagree. I don't know.
It's kind of like the other day, right? Like, you endearing thinkers, right? I prefer to see evidence and see multiple evidence before I decide, if that makes sense. Like,
it's a good standard.
I want for sure here, not just somebody quoting. And I hope you understand why I have this. It's not a weird fascination versus I like to understand why that side wants to be that side.
Well, it is kind of interesting because the other detractors that I'd seen kind of came about it like politically. It wasn't like you have been hypocritical in this one area, which means that you're not pure enough. Like, I don't know. It is kind of pure enough. It's you're not far enough to my political standards, so you're not pure. Argument. But it seems different. You would kind of explain this to me, and I was like, really? That doesn't seem like why
you've never seen this before.
But yeah, it's interesting. Again, like I think I'd still like to look at his actual numbers and everything he posted to truly get a grasp of it. But I don't know. It's a different disagreement than I would have thought, and it's a different argument than a lot of the detractors are bringing forth. So it was really interesting. I can see why you wanted me to see this, and yeah, I definitely have a new kind of respect for at least this guy putting everything out there and trying to put his argument out there. But
I do think
not claiming like the Blaze.
I think he's actually deranged. At least it's not entirely the Blaze.
Yeah, but he does feel like he's on a mission, you know, like he has to save the others. He said a few different things that sounds like he's coming at it from a very religious perspective, which I can get. You know, I obviously don't agree with, but it's like, okay, so he's on a mission for this. And fair enough. It's just interesting. I hadn't heard kind of a detractor coming from this route specifically. But,
because you're old enough. See, Vincent, we're old enough to remember. Do you remember the late 90s when the Parental Rights Council and stuff was terrorizing television?
Oh, for sure. And there had to be like the label. No, I can't remember, but parental advisory label on everything. That's how you knew it was good.
Like these Puritans would go into like Fox and like, oh, they show television, someone violent, and they would call the national hotline, right? Which led the FCC to like crack down on people. This is why you won't have another Howard Stern. Like in my area, like and then they resurged. Yeah, like that's the point. Indeed. Like we're seeing this again, right? We're seeing this again, the X-Men 97 debate. Coming up.
Yeah, which I'm assuming we're gonna have to talk about. I don't know. There's things to really look forward to. Sorry, completely derailing into that. But there's things that I think look kind of cool in that trailer. Then there's things that kind of really make me second guess.
There's warning signs.
I'd be interested in your opinion since you know the comics a little bit more than me.
So let me say this. Eric did talk to the creator of X-Men, the animated series. It was a more campy take on the X-Men.
I like it. It was my intro into it.
But it wasn't. It was dark because if you
for sure, it's the best Dark Phoenix one we got.
So the thing is, the original Dark Phoenix saga, like, I want people to go back and look at the original Night of the Sentinels. That was the pilot episode. The 2 parts, by the way. They toned down the show. Like, Eric is saying, or Arik is saying that, like, there's this thing in the whole, like, he was saying, like, you know, they're the civil rights movement. The thing is, people have been puppeting Stan Lee like a dead corpse. I don't know what your thoughts on that. I dislike that.
Nobody wants Stanley mistreated, and sadly it seemed like he was in the last few years.
You don't know what it is. He went insane towards the end of his life.
It is really sad. But yeah, it seemed like he was
kind of okay, so
we should talk about the X-Men one on like a future one though.
We will.
I would like to kind of delve into that a little bit deeper. And I didn't realize that DJ Eric got a interview with him. That would be interesting. I would be interested to see that.
No. Eric July originally.
Oh, that makes way more sense. Sorry, you said Arik. And
by the way, you're echoing.
Yeah, I can't do much about that. We just can't speak at the same time. Apparently the Bluetooth is dead in my computer currently for some reason. I don't know.
Okay. That's a good way to ask that. No, but seriously. He basically you know what's gonna be funny? You need to talk about with BMO the Google app that was turning all prominent historical figures black.
Yeah, it was really interesting actually. Like they discontinued it now because obviously, like, you know, it made a huge controversy, but it wasn't hard coded in, so it wasn't like changing what you actually asked like in the back end or anything like that. It was just adding to your prompt like diversity or inclusivity. Like it was very strange, but it like added to your prompt. So like if you were saying like General Washington inclusive or diverse General Washington, like it became very interesting. But obviously it turned
Stan Lee black to look like Eric July.
Not just him, man, like so many different people. It's interesting, but they shut it down. They're retooling it, like obviously with binaries of things like that, like don't do this, do this. You know, it's kind of hard to get all of those what would you call that, decisions correct that aren't just like boilerplate. Sorry, dogs again.
Yes, happens. I'm just fortunate my cats behave.
Mine don't. They're assholes.
Mine, he sleeps and occasionally it's only so. But I mean, you understand why I picked this topic. Tony's very frustrating. But I like it when people use their own words. Because this side of the internet is very complicated.
Yeah, I kind of took a break from it, but sorry again about the dog. I do appreciate that you brought this, though. It's a different argument than I thought he was going to come with. It's really interesting.
Or I bet Renowned or them didn't even think he was going to do it. he makes an argument that I never had seen.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't what I was expecting. So, my expectations have been subverted. Rand Johnson would be happy.
Now, the thing about what I find is I will say this on the X-Men 97, I'm getting to the point, please stop remaking shit. So the thing on X-Men 97...
I don't know, man. It looks kind of cool, though. I got a little hope for it.
Fine. Okay. X-Men 97, right? The thing about it is, you have to understand. There's two words that aren't going well. One's modern audience. You didn't hear my whole Halo rant at the beginning, did you?
I didn't hear all of it, but
so apparently in the second episode, Spartans are going to fight on Reach without their modular armor because Oni ran off with their ship.
Yeah, they already did the. Well, I guess spoilers, but episode 4 is a bunch of fighting with no armor. Interesting.
Yeah. I have no plans. I'll watch it at the end.
You're not missing a ton.
I'm missing her. I'm missing you. I'm missing Master Cheeks gets to clap the Alien Covenant chick again. And the
not yet this season, but it might be.
By the way, how do you like Gunmetal Grease Spartan woman? Did she die?
So Gunmetal Grease Spartan, is that the one with the heavy wounds and everything?
That's the one that put the gunmetal grease in her hair.
Oh wow! I totally didn't catch on to that. I don't know. It feels like there are a bunch of like tropes, the characters and everything, which fair enough. I guess they're supposed to be like super soldier tropes, but I don't know. Just going back.
Do you remember Reach at all? Did you ever play Reach?
I think I was out just before Reach, but
so
I don't know. Like, there are some trope characters that are in like the prior.
Now, what's funny
Halo
in the second
games.
episode, by the way, how did you feel about them killing off all the gay characters?
Not all of them.
Most of them.
I was gonna say there's a couple that you find out about later, and then they may also get killed off. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of figure the army is kind of like jail. There's probably some of that going on in there. I don't know. It's a lot of testosterone, a lot of aggression. I don't know.
Yeah, the funny part about it is the Black Spartan who he's based upon sacrifices himself because you and him board a ship and you go up into space because you're part of Team Noble. You go up into space to hijack a Covenant cruiser or cause mayhem on it. He ultimately can't escape. He sacrifices himself to collide it into a big supercarrier.
They do similar things, but it seems like it's much less of a payoff here. And I don't know. It's just
because
hard. This season, there are some pluses. Like, it does seem to be following Master Chief a little bit more. It's not as focused on. I can't even think of her name now. But still, like, it doesn't feel like any of the games. It doesn't feel like they're going anywhere near the plot of any of the games. But I don't know. They're having characters do unearned sacrifices like that.
Because the whole thing, right, is only 50 Spartans were sent to Reach. Yet they halted an entire Covenant invasion.
So far, it doesn't seem like that's what's going on here.
Now, there's a plot thing that I heard. You can confirm this is true. They found the artifact on Reach.
Yes, there is an artifact. Yes, I believe that they got it.
It's not stopping them from glassing the fucking planet.
I don't believe so. No, they definitely didn't glass the planet. Not like they did.
They haven't glassed the planet yet.
There's a planet in like the first episode that is getting killed. Whatever, like this major laser thing is creating like volcanoes to erupt and shit.
Yeah.
They basically glassed that planet, but yeah,
Dude,
that's the
the
only one that shows
concept
this
of
season.
it. That's what the Covenant was doing. Covenant was invading the human worlds and glassing it. The only thing stopping Reach from being glassed was the Spartans, who were brought in to suppress the rebels.
It's significantly less impressive what they've put on screen so far. I got to be honest, some of the battle scenes seem okay, but they seem like few and far between.
No.
I don't know. I kind of feel like we were sold a bill of goods with this show, and that it doesn't feel like the games, but maybe it's its own thing. But I don't know what the audience is for it. I usually like sci-fi, and this it feels like kind of a bad sci-fi network show, not like just a bad sci-fi show. Like that would be handleable. Just I don't know, the way that they're doing like the melodrama and the acting, and it just seems so hammy. I don't know. I'm not a big fan so far, and it sucks because I really like that whole
question.
property.
When are you? Question: when are we gonna schedule this Masters of the Air thing, sir?
I'd say once it finishes, I will blast through all of that. I do have the audiobook on hold. I wanted to see if maybe that had something more than just the show. But yeah, man, I definitely would love to talk about it. It would be nice to talk about something that doesn't suck as far as media goes. I don't know. Would you want to do one as soon as that finishes, and then probably one?
Probably
for
we'll
Shogun
do
as
it.
well?
I don't know. It's gonna go at. We got 4 more episodes.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is we're going to have to do episode by episode. Here's
okay.
why.
Well, I'll take notes.
We are at least going to have to. Here's the thing. One of the episodes literally deals with the muster raid. So there's a lot of history involved. Actual history involved.
For sure. That's
in Masters of the Air. So just to hit the idea, during the Munster raid, the 100th did send 17. So you see the evolution of the war. Because I don't know how much people are familiar with the war. Pilots, especially B-17s, had the same or almost as bad attrition rates as U-boat people. So
yeah, I got to be honest. The Air is probably the one that I know the least about, but I probably should.
The idea is, you know why you don't see a lot of U-boat survivors. Like the U-boat service had a great amount of death just because it's clearly the sea, the air, like in the air at one point during the Munster raid, it gives the logistics into it, which is bombing week. Because the whole show in the book is based on the Bloody 100th, as it's known. It earned its name because of the damage it caused, as well as the deaths. Because during the Munster raid itself, on that Bloody Thursday, they sent up 17 planes. They were backup planes. Let that sink in. By the time they got there, 1 came back. Barely.
Yeah,
That's
I need to know my history way
160
better.
men lost in the 100th in one day. Because remember, a B-17 has 10 people.
Yeah, that is
And
just
that
crazy to think of,
is
man.
the battle scenes. Let me see. I could probably find it really quick. I gotta show you see your reaction. The battle scenes, right?
Well, I don't want anything spoiled, man. Like I know nothing about it right now. So if you're gonna bring up a battle scene, like I would definitely like to experience it, like the way that they.
You need to watch it. Like
I will.
The concept is like they altered one part of the history of the way one of the crews died because the actual history is far more gory. Damn. And this is not spoilers for the show. Like, so B-17s, to give you an idea, had a lot of dead space in it. Do you know what that means?
I'm assuming that means it has kind of nothing in it.
They had dead space and redundancy. So dead space means you could blow a hole through something and there'd be another redundant system, or it hits nothing. So the Germans at one point started equipping the Messerschmitts with 50 calibers and rockets, which are early unguided rockets. So you start seeing the evolution of the war to battle daylight raids. Because daylight bombing raids did a lot of damage to Germany, but U.S. took a lot of casualties doing it. Because where they are now is right. Bloody Thursday just occurred, which they lost 20% of their force. And they almost suspended it. Daylight bombing raids for almost the rest of 43. Just to give you an idea. Because sending off without fighter support became suicide. Which the story is really good. So one of the actual history is the planes that was shot down. It punctured the oxygen tanks, caused a fire on board. They do something and it alters it. The people have no choice but to bail out of the plane. One guy gets trapped and he dies in the same fireball. Dies in a fireball death, crashing the plane into the ground.
So this sounds like you're just like literally telling me what's happening in it.
No,
it
doesn't play out like that in the. It doesn't play out because by this time in the war, they're using 50 caliber rounds. The deaths are far more gory. You have at one point, and it's omitted, but this is the historical record. The only reason people know about this is because
I don't know, man. You're saying like how much of the whatever was lost, like only 20% came back. I don't know, man. Like this does feel like it is kind of taken away from the story that I'm gonna get for this. So, hey, man, I think I might just take off if you're gonna keep talking about this.
You're fine.
Right.
No, but the
hey, man, it's always awesome talking to you. Sorry, I think my dogs are kind of freaking out, but all right, dude. I'll talk to you later. And hey, Patrick, I see you there.
Patrick finally shows. I'll get out of here. That's not spoilers because the actual history of it's been around a while. The actual history is far worse than the actual show. But for those who enjoyed, this might be a special. Again, and it's all. I know you're leaving. You go do your own. Getting off too, sir. You both need to watch it. I was familiar with half this history before. But it's been fun. I will have to see. I know. Bear in mind, you guys have never read history. As I said, the Bloody 100th is a legendary thing, though, Patrick. It's just like Big Red 1, which was Band of Brothers was based on. You can always find the history. The actual muster raid. So you need to actually do that, though, Patrick. A lot of this is actual history. See, I may have to go back and rewatch of Generation Kills. I haven't seen that in years. But this was very much fun. Watch back through it. It's very good. I check people later. People like and subscribe if people like it. Which I'm sure Mr. Bacon will check this out later. So I will go enjoy my Friday, and I have a little project I have to go take care of. Maybe some editing. I got 2 decks I got a double sleeve. So one I got to finish and the other one I can't. See, that's probably going to be a good day, good hours. Not a fun thing. But I wish people luck. See people later. Or next week.